The following is an exclusive presentation of Bragging Rights Sports.
We see a lot of unexpected things happen.
Friends I see here just to watch it burn. If you seen all the hell I seen, it make your stomach turn. I think you know we got a potential superstar on our hands. It takes more than I'm center free. I think you know. And I try, Lord, I try.
Old November Sunday at Lambeau Field. Just a reminder to all the ladies, Bree Johnsonville bratwurst up in the booth. Sprinkler guy here at Lambeau Field. Lambeau.
You're all done. Let's go.
Johnsonville, excited to be the official brat of Lambeau Field.
Thank you, Lambeau.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for night 2 of the 90th annual National Football League selection meeting? I know I am. And tonight, we've got rounds 2 and 3 to cover. We're picking up where we left off last night. So, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it all day. So, what's up, everybody? How we doing? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Bragging Rights Sports. I'm Michael Hession, founder of Bragging Rights Sports, representing the two-time defending AFC North champion Baltimore Ravens here at night 2 of the 3rd annual Bragging Rights Sports NFL Draft Extravaganza. And as soon as I say this, Roger Goodell is at the podium. So, actually, no, that is Joe Thomas, who will announce the Browns pick, and here we go. Let's go right to the commissioner right away.
With the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA.
And as soon as I say this, the Browns take the second best linebacker on the board to start the 3rd round. So anyways, if you're new, welcome. We're happy to have you on board. If you go to our website, braggingrightsports.com, and go under the NFL draft segment, not NFL draft segment, NFL segment in general, you will find the audio for tonight's live stream. Sorry we're delayed just a little bit tonight. We tried to live stream this on YouTube via Zoom, but apparently the audio wasn't necessarily working well enough. So tonight it'll be on just Zoom only, although I will post the full video on YouTube tomorrow morning for those who are interested to watch. Like last night, I will be joined by one of my colleagues from the Bellis Area School of Journalism, Owen Klein, once again representing the 5-time defending AFC East champion Buffalo Bills. He will be joining us in just a little bit. But anyways, The fun has begun, and I am not surprised that the Browns took Schlesinger at 33 because they needed an inside linebacker. When you look at their roster for a second, like they've got a lot of glaring holes, and linebacker was a need for the Cleveland Browns. So Shedeur Sanders, who many had as the first pick in the second round, he is still on the board, and the Texans pick is already in. Just a heads up for you guys tonight, the picks will be coming in fast, and they will be coming in furious. So let's take a look at the Houston Texans making their first selection here in the 2025 NFL Draft. They did not have a first-round pick because they traded that to the New York Giants, which allowed the G-men to go up and select Jackson Dart with the 25th overall pick. So the Texans right now, they need offensive tackle, offensive guard, defensive tackle, and defensive tackle. Let's see. They basically need trenches, and the second best player on the board right now is Mike Green. And right now the Texans are about to go right up to the selection. The pick is already in, so let's see who they're going to end up getting. So the analysis on let's see, what was that draft analysis last night that Klein was using? I have to look that up. So draft live analysis. So all right, who's up? All right, the Texans are up. Let's see what they got.
It always feels like home coming back to Wisconsin. Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver.
Ooh, okay.
The first thing
Well,
you notice is the size.
Well, Tank Dell is out for the year. I see that. And Nico Collins was also injured near the end of last year. They need depth at that position bad. So let's see the NFL Draft Tracker on USA Today. So here, let me find it. I can't find the analysis on the picks anyway. Let's see. I'll go to ESPN to see the draft analysis right now. Let me pull that up. So I'm a little behind. So if I mess up, well, it's honestly for the best. In Tennessee, who had the first pick in the draft, they have the third pick. Actually, no, we got to trade up. Seattle has traded up to 35. I wonder who this is going to be for. So the analysis on Higgins is he caught 140 passes for 2,166 yards and 15 touchdowns at Iowa State. He's an effective hand fighter with enough speed to beat press coverage. He explodes off the line and sticks his foot in the ground at top of the routes. And he creates late separation, which CJ Stroud and that offense kind of need for themselves. So Seattle, they have traded back up, and let's look at their situation. Best available for the Seahawks, it would be Will Johnson is still on the board. They need a receiver. They already drafted Zabel at number 18. And this might be Izaraki, the defensive end from Boston College. That's my guess. But they also need offensive line help. So, whew. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to turn the lights on anyway, so my bad. All right. Not in the dark anymore, so that's always a good sign. All right. Anyways, so before we go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out So Penn State Sports Night, gobs of BSU sports information. We've got dear old state update, live shows, etc., etc. So I will put the link. I will put the link to the description for Sports Night in the chat right now if you guys want to go check it out. Let's see, where's that link? Where's that link? Where's that link? I'm sorry, I'm slow. It's all I got, darn it. Yep. Here comes the link if you guys want to. All right, anyways, back to the draft. Seattle at number 3. As I said, they're in an interesting situation because the consumption would be Mike Green, but once again, he's got character concerns, so that's kind of like the red flag for a lot of teams, which I'm not necessarily that surprised if I wouldn't be that surprised if I would not be surprised if Green drops to, like, I should say second or early third round. So another one is Nick Eamon-Warry, who, and I know Seattle probably doesn't need a safety, but Mike McDonald loves running that 3 safety look. And Eamon-Warry is kind of like a Kyle Hamilton in terms of skill set. So yeah, you could go there. You could go with you could go with Urzuraku, the edge rusher from BC. Like, it's either going to be defensive end / outside linebacker or safety from what I can tell here. And quarterback would have been a need had they. Okay, let's see what they gave up. Tennessee got a 3rd round pick from Seattle in that trade. So they're giving up a 3rd round pick. It's got to be for Mike Green. It's got to be for Mike Green. And I know the Seahawks have drafted a bunch of guys with character concerns over the years, but that would be something. The comparison for Jaden Higgins is Nico Collins, who he's actually going to be working with at wide receiver in Houston. All right, here we go.
Watching the countdown on the stage there. Sorry for the momentarily change of plan.
The only thing they'll want more than winning is seeing you not. So how can
Why we all thought they were going right to the board, but why is the clock standing right there? I don't know what is going on. Oh, this is probably a dramatic entrance. Here we go.
now go introduce yourself? Let's go!
Hello, Richard Sherman. One of the most efficient lockdown corners of his era. Leader of the Legion of Boom. Packer fans don't like him one bit, and rightfully so.
The next rival has been chosen. The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay. What do we got?
With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Eamon-Warry.
Yes!
DB, South Carolina.
That is a Mike McDonald pick right there. I knew he was going to get him at some point. This was a guy that he had been eyeing for such a long time. Yep. They're going to turn him into the Seahawks' own Kyle Hamilton. And and that's exactly the comparison. And now the Browns are back on the clock. Why won't they let me read the analysis on Eamon-Warry? Oh, here, all right. He's one of 4 6'3" or taller players who topped 40 inches in the vertical jump and ran a sub 40 time of 4.4, which is only, it's, as I said, 4 times it's happened since 2003. He closes quickly and breaks on the ball well. He blows up screens and matches up well with tight ends, which the Seahawks need someone like that on that defensive side of the ball. So far, they've had a great draft. You get Zabel, who's a versatile offensive lineman, and you get a versatile safety who could be up at the line of scrimmage in attack mode, and he can also play deeper and play that effectively as well. He's the main knock on him is, yes, he has long arms, but he's not really that fast. But as I said, Seattle, I think they will do very well with this pick. Because he was rated as a first round talent, but sometimes you get a diamond in the rough that drops to you, and you'll be pleased with it. Browns pick's already in. This is probably Shedeur Sanders. Because they already took Schlesinger, and there's Joe Thomas again, who's going to come right back up to the board.
All right, I found a young Browns fan, Jack Thomas, in the crowd. It's going to give me a little help here with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select
Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State.
Whoa! I like this. I mean, I know that the consumption for the Browns is not to take a quarterback, but I feel like they're just trying to balance out the future, because next year's quarterback class could be stronger. So I feel like they're playing long range game with this, which makes sense, and they need a long-term replacement for Nick Chubb. So yeah, I'll give them credit for staying away from Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. That's a wise decision. So Judkins was the only running back to broad jump 11 feet at the combine. Impressive. And he had the second fastest 10-yard split at 1.15 seconds. He hugs his blocks and runs behind his pads in short yardage and goal line situation, which the Browns need a running back like that. And Chubb was just that, but since that torn ACL he suffered in 2023, he has not been the same player. He doesn't have game speed, but he's fat. I mean, my comparison is Terrell Davis, because Terrell Davis didn't have necessarily 4.3 or 4.4 speed in when he was running at the combine, but he's faster in games than he is in an individual workout. So far the Browns have had a good draft, and from my perspective, Andrew Berry is doing everything he can to save his job. And they need all, they have so many positions of need, because so many players on their roster last year either fell off or left in free agency. That's what happens when you put all your eggs in the basket of Deshaun Watson. Now at 37, we've got the Raiders, who drafted Ashton Genty in the first round, 6th overall. As we mentioned last night, he had the best running back season that college football has seen since Barry Sanders at Oklahoma State in 1988. Now, do you go Luther Burden? Mike, I could see the Raiders do that because they got their running back and they need to give Geno Smith a legit number 1 receiver. That I could definitely see. Pick is in for the Raiders. And Miami is about to be on. Oh, wait, what? What? Oh, they traded the pick to the Dolphins. I wonder who this is going to be. So the Seahawks poached option number 1 in Nick Emanwari. This could probably be this could very well be Arante Ursi, the tackle out of Minnesota, which they need line help for Tua. You already drafted in the first round. They already drafted. Let me get this right. In the first round, they drafted Kenneth Grant. They drafted Kenneth Grant in the first round. And everyone was like, oh, they're going to take Malachi Starks. I'm like, well, they didn't. They got much needed help on the defensive line because they didn't necessarily replace Christian Wilkins right out of the gate. So the two best quarterbacks on the board, according to Mel Kiper, are Shedeur Sanders and Tyler Shaw. And then Shaw, how do you pronounce it? Then you got Milroad and McCord in there 3 and 4. And I wonder when Travion Henderson's gonna go. My guess is he's probably gonna go to the Bears. The Bears have picks 39 and 41. And it would not surprise me if Chicago trades one of those picks. All right, here come the Dolphins, and who's the guest speaker? It's Alec Ingle.
Let's go. All right, we got a trade. We got a trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya, offensive guard, Arizona.
Ooh, interesting. That's an interesting pick. They need linemen, and they need linemen everywhere. They need linemen in the worst way possible. Like I say this all the time with Cincinnati. Five players does not make a team. And Soyana, I think it is. Let's see. He was out of Arizona. He was teammates with Ted McMillan, and status on him is he lined up as right tackle, left tackle, and right guard. So the Dolphins can play him really at any one of those three positions. And versatile linemen, especially in this draft, are a major asset. And he only why did that thing? Oh, he only played 4 games in 2023, and he's a better pass blocker on the inside than a tackle. And from my perspective, like the Dolphins need all the pass protection they need because Tua cannot just die out there in the pocket. He just can't. And his footwork is solid, especially for a guy that is but I'm not surprised that he didn't necessarily drop because like if he was taken in the first round, it would have been kind of seen as a reach, but as I said, what did they say? Steve Monick said he primarily is an offensive tackle, so they'll probably have him. This is probably the replacement for Laramie Tunsil. I mean, not Laramie Tunsil. Who am I talking about? Laramie Tunsil's in Houston. So what am I thinking? And there's Quishon Junkins, who's going to the Browns. He's staying in Ohio, which works for him. And as I said, Nick Chubb is still a solid running back, but at this point of his career, you need a replacement at some point. So right now we have the New England Patriots on the clock at number 6 here in the second round. And the Patriots in round 1 last night, they took Will Campbell, the offensive tackle, out of LSU. And the complaint we saw on him was he does not really have long arms, but there's some line, like look at Tyler Linderbaum, for example. He didn't necessarily have long arms coming out of Iowa, yet that hasn't hurt him as much. I'm like, as long as the guy can play, he's fine. Yeah, I'd say it's either. I don't think they'll go defensive tackle. I think this is going to be Luther Burden. Yeah, they said Luther Burden or Travion. Well, they could use a nice pass catching option for Ramondre Stevenson to work with. So there's that, or Mike Green, because defensive end is not necessarily that big of a need for the Patriots, but you can't have enough pass rushers in this league. Man, I've talked way too much, so yeah. This is probably early on. This will probably be the witching hour, but once Owen comes in, I'll be all right. So let's see. After this, the Bears have 2 of the next 3 picks. I would not be shocked if they trade down in one of those spots to accrue more draft capital, which they need it because they need to fill out roster holes. And I'm interested to see what Ben Johnson does this year, but The only baffling thing I saw from them last night was drafting Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren. I'm like, in what world is Loveland better than Warren? I'm like, but they're gonna be like, oh, he was a winner in college. Well, that is true. He won a national championship with the Wolverines a couple years ago, so you can't necessarily knock him for that. But also part of me feels like they went for him because he's a local boy and they scouted him very well this year. They probably liked his traits more than Warren, but still, that is baffling. All right, so the pick is in for the Patriots. I wonder who's going to announce their selection. They've already taken, as we mentioned earlier, they've already taken Will Campbell at number 4, and that was a great pick because even though he has the arm concerns, they needed a blindside blocker to protect Drake May. They needed a blindside blocker to protect Drake May in the worst way possible. So let's see their starting offense. They've made a lot of new additions. Morgan Moses, Garrett Bradbury, Matt Collins, Stephon Diggs, Carlton Davis, Robert Spillane, Harold Landry, and Milton Williams. And they brought back Josh McDaniels and hired Mike Vrabel as head coach. And now you bring in Campbell to the offensive line. Like, Drake May is set up very well this year. And if he pans out, the Patriots will be back. That's the last thing anybody outside of Boston and New England wants to see. Everyone's like, oh, the Patriots being contenders. All right, let's see who they got. And there's the commissioner.
To help make the New England Patriots selection, we are honored to have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are Unified Flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier. Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Trevion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
Giving Ramondre Stevenson a complimentary piece. Like, thought they were going to go Luther Burden here, but that is not a bad pick. And they're going back to the old motto, which is when you looked at the Patriots' success in the Brady and Belichick years, they did not have necessarily a bell cow running back. They had 2, sometimes 3 running backs who not only could carry the ball, but also could catch the ball. And Henderson did just that at Ohio State. I like this pick for the Patriots right here at 38. Now we have Bulls, Bears, Sausage, Ditka. Oh, boy. And they've got 2 of the next 3 picks, as we mentioned a couple times earlier, and I expect one of them to be a trade down. I expect one of these selections to be a trade down by the Bears to get more draft capital, but you never know. Chicago is in need of depth on both sides of the ball. So let's see the analysis on trade. So Trevion Henderson, as I know this because having played him 4 times when he was at Ohio State, he's an angry runner. He has the contact balance to break tackles and even make defenders miss. He separates and has the tools to continue to develop as a route runner. I mean, that alone is why he could have been picked higher, but nowadays running backs, unless you're a guy like Ashton Genty or Amari Hampton, not many running backs are picked this high anymore because everyone's like, oh, now the NFL is a passing league. I think now it's going back to old school physical football where it's games are won and lost in the trenches, then they're won by pounding the football and taking control of the line of scrimmage. Everyone that was saying offense wins championships. No. You have to have an elite defense. You have to have an elite offensive line. You've got to you have to have a good quarterback, but you've got to have a running game to take the heat off them. Look at Philadelphia last year. Them bringing in Saquon Barkley is all you need to know. Because Jalen Hurts, yes, is a top 5 quarterback, but he needed some help at running back to really take the heat off him. And Saquon was just that. He had the most efficiently dominant season by a running back since Terrell Davis in 1998, which is why I think he should have won MVP. And as mentioned last night, he beat a lot of MVP candidates that he went up against last year. So kudos to him. The Bears are taking their time with this pick. They're debating. I feel like they're either going to stay here and make a selection, or they're going to trade back and get more picks. It's either going to be here or going to be at 41. I expect them now, considering that they're taking their time, they're going to trade out of 41. That would be my guess, because pick is in for the Bears. And last night, Packers fans were booing not only them, but also the Lions and Vikings when they went up to pick. And what do you think of this nickname? Hold on a second. Emeka Buka, Donovan Jackson, Tyleek Williams, Josh Simmons, Quinshon Judkins, and Travion Henderson. 6 Buckeyes have been taken in the first 38 picks. I should say 6 of the last 20. The defending national champions are being represented well. I don't like that as a Penn Stater, but I have to respect it, because they have been this powerful team that's been good for so long. And one of the, I think it was a longtime Cincinnati sports columnist, Chip Lugwood, said, when you draft an Ohio State Buckeye, you're getting a player that's very knowledgeable, very sound, and doesn't want to lose. And even though I hate to admit that, that has been their motto for a long, long time. So the Bears, the consumption is they probably could go defensive tackle. They wanted Travion Henderson, but the Patriots beat him to it. Or I don't think they need a receiver. I don't think so. And Packers fans don't like this. And the Packers fans are all over it. That is Des White, who was a receiver for the Bears in the mid 2000s.
Simmer down. With the 39th pick and the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions.
Oh!
Select Luther Burton III.
Oh! The Pack, if there's one, he putting the goat before the cart, which is a very famous saying in Chicago, because they have the obviously the Billy Goat Bar, which is right near Wrigley Field. So the Wisconsin fans, they don't like it one bit. And interesting selection, because if the Patriots took Burden, they would have taken Henderson. Now Burden is going to the Bears, and he gets to be with Roman Dudze and DJ Moore. So I like this, because this is a depth move offensively, because you've got 3 good receivers and you've got, I wouldn't say 3 good ones. I think Burden has high upside, but you've got those 3 guys and you've got Loveland and Komet at tight end. Like, they're trying to give Caleb Williams all the help he can get. And I'm like, that's the thing. Like, in theory, the Bears could have a good offense, but this is Chicago, and the football gods have not been kind to them one bit. So Burden, one of the reasons why people were so high on him is because of his yards after the catch and his ability to break tackles in the open field. He averaged almost 13 yards a catch in 2024, which was second in college football only to Jeremiah Smith of Ohio State. He is a guy who can secure the ball away from his frame and comes down with contested catches, which the Bears need because I don't think Ndudze or DJ Moore necessarily like that, but you can't have enough weapons in the NFL. You can't have enough weapons. You can't have enough good offensive linemen. You really can't outside of maybe quarterback and linebacker, outside of quarterback and special teams, you can't necessarily really have any other position because it takes 53 guys on a roster to succeed. All right, here we go. Here comes the Who Dat New Orleans Saints. And in the first round, they took Kelvin Banks 9th overall. That was the replacement for Ryan Ramczyk. I like that selection for them very well. Now, what do they do here? They've had 8 different starting quarterbacks since Drew Brees retired. Do they take Shedeur Sanders? Do they take Jalen Milroe? Or do they take I always forget the quarterback. Oh, Quinn Ewers. Do you take Quinn Ewers? Do you take Shedeur Sanders? Or do you take Jalen Milroe? Not sure, but from that reaction, I don't know what the Saints are doing. But Mike Green is still on the board. And everyone's gonna say, oh, the Ravens should get him if he's on the board everyone's like, oh, the Ravens should get him on the board if he's there in the second round, but I'm like, I don't know, because he's got obviously the domestic violence and character concerns. It would not surprise me though if the Ravens traded up in the second round to the Bears spot at 41 to take Urzaraku, the defensive end from Boston College, which that is if they did that, that's a first round steal. Yeah, the pick is in for the Saints. I wonder who this is going to be. I wonder who's going to be the pick for the Saints. Everyone's going to say it's going to be quarterback, but if it's not quarterback, it's probably Will Johnson, who has been on the board for a very long time. Some people had this guy going as high as number 11 to the 49ers, which I find crazy. Yep. The Saints are really in a situation like the Browns. They need everything. They basically need everything. And thank goodness we don't have many commercials like in the middle of the first round last night. Horrible. Oh, there is Ryan Ramczyk. We were just talking about him a few moments ago.
The 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback.
Wow!
Wow,
Tyler Shaw and not Shedeur Sanders. But I think now, it's the same thing. It's like, as the process evolves, the focus is shifting to what's in here. It's not necessarily the quarterback skill set, it's the way he thinks. Shaw started his career at Oregon, where he backed up Justin Herbert. He missed some time with injuries in 3 seasons at Texas Tech. Then he transfers to Louisville and puts together a very productive season. And the reason I feel like the Saints liked him is because he's a quarterback who throws over the middle into tight windows. He's willing to take risks. And you know what quarterback he reminds me a lot of? Drew Brees. And Drew Brees is the greatest player in the history of the Saints franchise. And that's the position they've been lacking for a long time. Mickey Loomis has made some questionable decisions over the years, but if this pans out, he will be redeemed of himself. I don't know if anyone, as I said, we mentioned this earlier with Shedeur Sanders and Jalen Milroe. As the process goes along, the focus shifts not to their skill set, but what like their football IQ. And I don't like, I'm not like, I like, don't get me wrong. I think Sanders has a decent football IQ, but here's the thing. Every time he went up against an elite defense, he got smacked. And that is the concern a lot of these GMs have had. So it looks like the trade alert. I told you the Bears were going to trade the pick. Who are they trading it to? Bears trade the pick. And they're trading it to the Bills. Cue up Mr. Brightside. All right. All right. Yep, they just traded the pick to the Bills. So the Bills traded up. I think this is going to be Mike Green or Zaraku. This has got to be edge rusher for the Bills. And this is like, well, they had 2 second-round picks, so they had the financial capital to move up in the draft and get a player of need. So like I said, you got like Brandon Beane's going for the jugular. He knows that knocking off Kansas City is right there for the taking. But right now, they've already taken a corner. They took Maxwell Harrison at 30, so they don't need Will Johnson. From my perspective, this has got to be Mike Green or Donovan or Zaraku. This has got to be one of those 2 players. Because Joey Bosa, they gave him $15 million a year, but if he doesn't stay healthy, they've got to have a backup option. And this would probably be the situation they give it to. Thought the Ravens would trade up, but honestly, though, Buffalo, as I said, Buffalo's going for the jugular. They've come close far too many times, and some risks need to be taken. And if Tyler Shaw pans out, the Saints have their franchise quarterback for the next half decade at least. I should say at least, because you never know with the NFL, especially. But as I said, I like that they get the quarterback in the second round. Not necessarily the biggest name, but certainly a guy who fits their system. And even though Glenn Kubiak was lured away by Seattle, like he's at least with Kellen Moore, who helped Jalen Hurts win a Super Bowl last year. But like, I don't know if it was him or Sirianni doing all the thinking, but it happens. So as we saw in a graphic last night, the Bills have won 78 games in the last 6 years. That is the most by a team that hadn't not won a Super Bowl during that period. The team that is second on that list is the Baltimore Ravens with 75 wins. The main reason why those 2 teams haven't won a championship can be traced to one team. The Kansas City Chiefs. All right, the pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. I wonder what Mr. Klein is thinking, because I have a feel when he comes on in just a few minutes. As I said, when he comes on in just a few minutes, the first thing I will ask him is his thoughts on this selection. And I am interested to see what it is. I wonder who's going to announce their selection. I know the Ravens is Jason Brown, who was one of the stalwarts on their offensive line during the late Billick years and the early Harbaugh years. Wasn't he the starting center in, was it 06 from like 05 through 08? I think he was. So looks like the Bills are about to make their selection. I am interested to see where Brandon Beane and company go from here.
And here comes the announcement for Buffalo's selection.
Mafia, where you at? Where they at? All right, we got a trade. The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, they're please.
And with the 41st pick, the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select T.J. Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
They went outside the box. Ugh, the guy who announces that pick, we do not speak of that man again. We do not speak of that man again, and we also do not speak of TJ. If TJ Husmanzada announces the Bengals pick, there will be plenty of salt that will ensue on this stream. Yep. But anyways, Ed Oliver needed insurance on the defensive line, and that's despite the fact that Oliver made Tyler Linderbaum look like an absolute joke in that playoff game. Because think about this. Linderbaum's an all-pro player, and Ed Oliver ate him alive in that game, especially near the goal line. That's why the Ravens couldn't necessarily run the ball with Derrick Henry in short yardage situations. It wasn't because they weren't trying to get Henry involved. It's just Linderbaum and McCary were getting beat off the ball. And the Bills need run stoppers. They definitely need run stoppers because Ed Oliver he's good, but he needs help. And Sanders is someone who I think could take the heat off him. And the Bills, have hit on a bunch of second-round picks. I think they hit on Matt Milano as a second-round pick in 2019. They hit on that, and they're hoping for the same here. All right, the New York Jets, everyone, and their pick's already in. The Jets pick is already in, and I am interested to see where they go from here. And there's Tyler Shaw, who's going to Who Dat Nation. Woof, woof. The NFC South is chaos land because right now I feel like we don't know what's going to happen because the only team that I trust in that division right now is Tampa Bay. Carolina's still has issues defensively. And the Falcons, why did they trade their next year's first to go up and get James Pierce? And the Saints, they have a ton of needs on the roster. If Tampa Bay doesn't, it's either going to be Tampa Bay or Atlanta who I think wins that division at this moment, but we just have to see what the schedule looks like. Because right now, we can do record predictions about teams because of the talent they have, but once that schedule comes out on May 14th, we're going to have to dive deeper into them based on who they're up against. So if there's a team that's really good but has a tough schedule, their win total may be down. Everyone's like, why? Because of all the talent they have? I'm like, it's not because of the talent, it's because of the schedule. That's a great thing about the NFL is you never know what you're going to get in a given year. Oh my gosh. So Mike Green and Ozarako are still on the board right now. I think one of them is going to come off soon. I don't think the Niners will take him because they took Michael Williams at number 11 last night. And Klein and myself were both saying that that Michael Williams shouldn't have gone this high, but he's definitely a scheme fit for the 49ers who would fit in their system because Williams is more of a 4-3 defensive end than a 3-4 outside linebacker. So let's see the report on TJ Sanders. So he's one of the more explosive pass rushing defensive tackles in this class, and the Bills are making a commitment to improving the defense after signing Larry Ogunjobi in free agency to go with Ed Oliver. The Bills are trying to stuff their running game because, yes, they were able to contain Derrick Henry, but I don't know if that's sustainable, multiple times. The Bills know that if they're gonna want to continue their success in the division, they're gonna have to stop the run. Because look at New England. They signed Morgan Moses. They draft Will Campbell. They signed Garrett Bradbury. Now they have Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. New England's I mean, I would not be shocked if the dark horse of the AFC is the New England Patriots. And I know my dad would be pleased to hear that. So the Jets, their pick is in, but right now they're still looking at it. So they lost DJ Reed. So they lost DJ Reed in free agency. I think he went to if I remember correctly, I think he went to the Rams. So why won't this thing refresh? Refreshing. All right, so they don't. I wouldn't. Oh, this could be Harold Fannin. Oh, look at must be the money. Deion Sanders. He is in shock. Deion, I know you used to play here, but the football gods are delivering excellent karma towards your face. And let's see what the butt fumble does here at pick number 42.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York
Jets. John Abraham.
Mason Taylor, tight end.
Look, it's not Harold Fannin, it's Mason Taylor. The Jets are going to get a tight end, but after making this, after last night, picking the, after what they did last night at number 7, picking Armand Member, the right tackle from Missouri. This was needed because everyone's like, "Oh, they should have taken Tyler Warren." I'm like, yeah, but the second thing that went through my mind is if they don't take Warren, they will take Mason Taylor if he's on the board in the second round, which they did. And let's look at the analysis on Mason Taylor. He is the first 100-reception, 1,000-yard tight end in the history of LSU football, which is saying something because they've had a lot of great receivers, but not necessarily a lot of good tight ends. He's a guy who catches the ball in stride and hits his top end speed very quickly, and he can make defenders miss and break tackles when he gets into space. Considering that they brought in Justin Fields as their starting quarterback, and Fields loves throwing to those tight ends, this was a wise decision. I'll refresh my memory. Like, who's the GM for the Jets? Because Joe Douglas got fired in that horrifically bad season that they had last year. Because not only did he get fired, but Salah got fired. And I think Salah's one of those guys. Oh, Darren Mogi is their new GM. And so far, he's off to a good start. But it's early. Oh, who is it? Oh, that's Julian Peterson, a 5-time. Yes. Dub Nation, are you ready?
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D-tackle. Touchdown.
You've got good edge rushers. You need to bolster that front four. So they've got him, Michael Williams, and Nick Bosa. That's the thing. The Niners' defensive line was banged up last year. They just lost to Forrest Buckner. This is the replacement for him. Luckily for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they have the easiest schedule in the NFL, which means that if they stay healthy, they will be back in contention, which should not surprise me. All right. Guess who is up next? Tonight on Dallas. Cue the theme from the TV show from the 80s. I know we didn't play this last night, but I had to play it at some point. I don't have my Micah Parsons jersey with me, but at least I'll play the theme from Dallas. Yep. So the Cowboys, they took Tyler Booker in the first round, and a lot of people were saying that's a reach, but as I mentioned last night, if there's any team that knows how to develop offensive linemen, especially in the NFC, it's the Dallas Cowboys. Unfortunately, they're the only NFC team to not reach the conference championship since 1996. That is not a good look for Jerry Jones. And to me, it's the curse of Jimmy Johnson. And everybody was like, oh, they won a Super Bowl with Barry Switzer in 1995. That was Jimmy's team. And anyone who follows football knows that for a fact. All right. Which way should the Dallas Cowboys go here at number 44? So they need a running back, defensive end, cornerback. This could be Will Johnson because Deron Bland's coming off a season-ending injury, and the Cowboys to me need secondary help. Not necessarily badly, but especially in a division that has Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels, you're going to need somebody to read their eyes and break on the ball. But they could go with Izaraku, and if they get him, it's probably going to be the second year in a row that Kylie takes the guy I want. Well, last year the Cowboys took Tyler Guyton at 29, and he was a guy I wanted the Ravens to take at 30. So I know it happens, but so it looks like Owen Klein will be here in about 15 minutes. At least, I think, sometime in the next 15 minutes, Owen Klein will be joining us. So I won't be alone for long. Don't tell me although the Cowboys have the chance to do the funniest thing, which is draft Shedeur Sanders, but they just paid Dak Prescott $60 million a year. I don't think they'll do that. That would be so dumb on Jerry Jones's eyes because everyone's like, remember when they took Zach Martin in 2014? Jerry Jones was wanting to take Johnny Football, but Stephen Jones is like, nope, we need the best player available, and that was Zach Martin, who recently retired after having basically a Hall of Fame career. And need I remind you, this was right after they gave Tony Romo a handsome extension. And they still thought about taking Johnny Football. If I'm Jerry Jones, I'm probably taking Will Johnson. And I'm shocked that Johnson's fallen all this way in the second round. Someone's going to luck into him. Someone is going to luck into him. All right, we're back at Lambeau Field as Dem Cowboys are set to make their pick at 44. Oh boy, what do you got up your sleeve this time, Jerry? I wonder who's going to announce their pick.
2 pounds.
I wonder who's going to announce the Cowboys pick right here.
The Cowboys are now on the clock and ready to make their selection here in round number 2.
Travis Frederick.
Hello, Wisconsin. With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Eziraku.
You did it again, Kylie. You took the guy I wanted again. But him being next to Micah Parsons, they need pass rushing help when you're in a division with Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels. Yep. and he's a BC guy, so it's in the family. If he pans out, him and Parsons, if Jerry's able to extend him, which knowing him and his tendency of paying homegrown players, they've got their 1-2 pass rushing duo for the next half decade. The only downside is he doesn't have a fifth-year option, but hey, if this pick pans out, great for them. So next up, we have the Indianapolis Colts, who took Tyler Warren at number 14 last night, and their pick's already in. And look at Jerry. Look at Jerry. He's like, oh boy, this guy's gonna be a stud. Oh, who's gonna announce this pick for the Colts? Is that Anthony Richardson? Well, that's Jonathan Taylor.
Man, it feels so good to be out here. Didn't have the opportunity in 2020 due to circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. You shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true. But Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate's gonna be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau.
Oh,
DN.
another guy wanted on the Ravens, but
What a weekend.
Tuimoloau. When I think of him, there is one game that comes to mind. 2022, Penn State versus Ohio State, where he near single-handedly, there's the footage right here. Look at this. He bull rushes past Sean Clifford, strips him, and then recovers. Like, you could do a whole highlight reel on Tuimoloau based on that game. And not to mention he plays his best in the biggest games. This was another guy that I wanted the Ravens to get. But it happens. It happens. Whew. So Will Johnson's still on the board. That is interesting. Mike Green is still on the board. Yeah, Raven Twitter is not pleased with this. They're like, oh, they should have traded up. I'm like, they're going to be doing some trading, but not until later on in the draft. And the pick is already in for the Rams. So let's see what they got. So they have not made a pick in the first round. They fleeced the heck out of the Atlanta Falcons, who are giving them their first round pick in next year's draft. Right now, the pick should be Will Johnson, who is a first round talent. And there's Izuraku, who is probably gonna, as I said, if the Cowboys develop him properly, he's gonna be a stud with Micah Parsons. Speaking of him, let's go over the footage with him. He's a slippery and rangy pass rusher who ranks second in the FCS with 16.5 sacks in 2024. He may be undersized, but his long arms make it tough for blockers to lock onto him. He tracks the ball, gets off blocks, and wraps up when he tackles. He's someone that bends and closes well, jolting blockers with a strong punch and working off initial contact. He chases with good effort and slips multiple blocks on the same play, and he had the fastest 3-cone and short shuttle times of all pass rushers at the combine. So, good pick, Dallas. Yeah, let me look at Ravens Twitter for a second. I want to see what their reactions to this are. Oh boy. Wonder what all those Lee Evans announcing the Bills pick and them taking a defensive tackle. Raven fans are like, this is war. Well, I don't, from my perspective, it's not war because I have a lot of respect for the Bills, and my best friend is a diehard Bills fan. And speaking of him, he should be joining us very soon. Now I'm interested to see what his take is. I'm interested to see what his take is on TJ Sanders. Oof, man, I needed a voice break for a second. I have been screaming I have not been screaming, I've been dictating my brains off over the last hour and a half. So I've done well considering that my wingman is going to be a little late tonight. So yeah, at least that happened. So this pick has got to be Will Johnson. It has to be Will Johnson. All right, so the Rams have had a lot of draft gems. Cooper Kupp, Kyron Williams, Puka Nakuba, Coley Turner, and Byron Young. Last year, they took Braden Fisk in the second round, and they took Carmen Kitchens in the third round, and Jared Verse. Like, this is why I'm saying that the Falcons should not have traded their first round pick to the Rams. Because if the Falcons aren't good last year, the Rams, whoever they get in the first round, is going to be a stud. Pokemon McVay doing Pokemon McVay things. Not surprised. And look at him. He's like, whoever we get right here is gonna be very good for us. And who's gonna announce the pick?
Hey, we'll make their first pick of the 2020.
Michael Blocker, someone that the Ravens thought they had signed in 2020, but he did not pass his physical.
First and foremost, just want to send a huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military. Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikael. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get into this pick. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson.
Nice. So, if we remember this correctly, he was one of the go-to targets for Dylan Gabriel at Oregon, and he caught a touchdown in the Big Ten championship in the back of the end zone, and we had Gabriel locked up on that play, but he still was able to catch that. But let's see. Ferguson is Oregon's all-time leader among tight ends in receptions with 134 and receiving touchdowns with 16. He ran a 4.640 at the combine, which is the fastest among tight ends this year, and his speed shows up on tape, but he is also agile enough to make defenders miss or break tackles after the catch. He can separate with his hands and has the tools to develop into an effective route runner, finding windows over the middle as he uncovers when the quarterback scrambles. And when you think about it, the Ducks also ran a handful of screens for him, which the tight end screen, which wasn't used often over the years, that has now become an asset for teams because they have the ability to break tackles in the open field. From one NFC West team to the next, we have the Arizona Cardinals, who are picking at 47, and their pick is already in. I am interested to see exactly what they do here. They just signed Josh Sweat and their pick's already up. And there's Patrick Peterson, who's going to announce this pick for the Cardinals.
What's up, Green Bay? And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back. Michigan.
It's only fitting.
What's up, Green C?
It is only fitting that Patrick Peterson announces the selection that is potentially his heir apparent. Because the Cardinals have not had a shutdown corner since Pat P left for the Vikings. And if Will Johnson is able to stay healthy, they've got their shutdown corner for the next half decade. And he missed the final 6 games of the 2024 season due to turf toe, but the year before, boy, was he an electric cover corner. Because that's the thing. Like, when he's healthy, he's a first-round talent. And let's see. He slipped in the draft due to medical concerns, but the Cardinals end that slide by taking who was John Weinfuss's number 7 overall prospect in this draft class. He's an elite zone coverage corner with size, length, and ball skills that are rarely found in the second round. Of his 2 interceptions in 2024, they were both returned for touchdowns. So as long as he stays healthy, the Cardinals grab the day 1 starter who will immediately improve the defensive backfield alongside first-round defensive tackle Walter Nolan on the defensive line. So, we got a trade. We got a trade alert as the Raiders are trading the pick to, oh boy, who is this to? They're trading the pick to the Houston Texans. And this is interesting because the Texans traded back last night with the Giants so the Giants could go up and get Jackson Dart. And now they're trading back up. Let's see what their needs are, because they already took the Texans have already taken a receiver in the second round. They took Jaden Higgins at 34. And right now, let's see. Right now, this is going to be this could be Darius Alexander, who I hope falls to the Ravens at 59, but I don't think he's going to get there because Cincinnati may have their eyes on him at 49. So, and they would be on the clock immediately after this pick. So wait a second. What did the Bills give up to get? What did the Bills give up? Let me look at that. I want to see what the trade alert was from the Bills' perspective, because they initially had 2 second-round picks. Let's take a look at it. I want to see what was the trade? Bills Bears draft trade 2025. I want to see that. So let's see what Buffalo gave up. All right, I'm trying to figure out exactly what was the package they made to get. That was let's see what the package is. So let's see. Oh boy. Yeah, the internet's a little shaky right now. Is there a storm in the area that's going to hit? There might be. Let me look. Yep. Rain in the forecast. And for some reason, it's not going to let me see the trade. For some reason, they won't let me. Because the Bills coming into this night had 2 second-round picks. And they probably traded the other one back to the Bears. So the Texans pick is in at 48. I expect this to be Mike Green is the best player available, but he has character concerns. Oh boy. So right now the consensus for Houston is they have to take a replacement for Laramie Tunsil, and Ursi, the tackle out of Minnesota, I thought they would take him at 34, but the conventional wisdom was like they may be able to get this guy later, which if they take him right here, that is certainly the way to go. And there's the reaction of Quinshawn Junkins, who was taken by the Browns at number 36. And I know a lot of people are saying, why aren't the Browns taking a quarterback? Well, there's Jimmy Haslam. I will say this. Haslam and Andrew Berry, for as much heat as I've given both of them, they are playing long-range game, which at this point with the draft haul they got from Jacksonville, they have to do it. They have to play long-range game, because if they don't play long-range game, look where it's going to get them. So there's Tyler Shaw, who was taken by the New Orleans Saints at number 40 overall, which it wasn't, everyone was shocked by it, but I'm like, well, now they're, as I said, now they're trying to like, as I said, now the, all right, here's the Texan selection. I wonder who it's going to be.
Those boys in Houston are making moves right now.
They are
Las Vegas
indeed. Raiders. Hello, Owen Daniels.
Pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 48th pick in the 2025
Former Raven
NFL
Owen
draft,
Daniels.
the Houston Texans select Ariante Ursary.
Told ya.
Minnesota.
Told you they were going to get this guy. I told you they were going to get him because there was a feeling like, well, if they didn't get him at 34, well, there was possibility that they could get him at 48. So for not having a first round pick, the Texans, well, they've done a good job so far. Still waiting on Owen Klein. I feel like the comm radio session he's on has been a little long, I will say, but I won't. But like I said, I mean, it's, as I said, like that would have been the easier way to go, but hey, what can you do? So looks like he's going to be on around 9:15. So for those who are tuning in, my co-host will be joining me in the next half hour. Apparently the show he's been on for comm radio for the NFL draft, it's run a little bit long tonight, but thank goodness he's still coming. So now we have the Bungles picking at number 49. They took Shamar Stewart, who was the biggest boomer bust prospect of this draft at number 17. Now let's see what they do here. Oh, there's Tim Crumrye, the anchor of their defense in the mid to late 1980s.
With the 49th pick in the draft of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker, South Carolina.
Interesting. Jermaine, as I mentioned last night, Jermaine Pratt is kind of getting to the end of his prime, and if his legs fall off, this would be the replacement for that. So, not a bad selection, but since he needed defense in the worst way possible, the reason they did not make the playoffs last year is because their defense was was bottom third in the league in terms of overall production. And not to mention they fired Lou Anarumo, who's now the defensive coordinator in Indianapolis. I know they're bringing back Al Golden, who was their defensive line coach when they made it to the Super Bowl in 2021. But here's the thing. They don't have the talent that they had that year. So it'll be, I know he did great work at Notre Dame, but they won't, the thing is, since he doesn't have the talent defensively that they had back in 2021, like they had Jesse Bates, they had Von Bell, Pratt and Wilson were in their primes. They had Trey Hendrickson in his prime. They had DJ Reader and was I don't think Geno Atkins was on that team. Oh, he was injured. Geno Atkins was injured, but for the most part, the Bengals defense, which carried them to that Super Bowl, that to me was their way of saying, well, like even if Burrow is thing is, Burrow was serviceable. Burrow, Chase, and Higgins in that offense were serviceable in the playoffs, but they were not the ones doing the damage, despite all the recognition they got. Like I said, their life was made easier by that defense, but who knows? So, all right, Seattle is back on the clock. The last time this is their second selection here in the second round, and they took Nick Emanwari at number 35 overall, which I think is going to be an absolutely perfect fit for the Seahawks on that defense, considering that Mike McDonald needs another clone of Kyle Hamilton. So let's look at the footage on Ezuri, the tackle from Minnesota. He's a guy that Nick Caserio was wise to trade out of the first round, considering the lack of most of the value at offensive tackle and receiver at number 25. Now he gets one of the most promising offensive tackle prospects in this class with one of his 5 day 2 picks, which they have 5 day 2 picks. They should be able to fill those voids very quickly. So he should put Titus Howard and Blake Fisher for the starting right tackle job. However, he did play left tackle at Minnesota. So my guess is he'll be their starting blindside blocker, and they need line help for C.J. Stroud in big time. Let's look at Demetrius Knight for a second. He was a guy let's look at this. With the Bengals' basic 40 defense, there's a need for downhill linebackers who can clean up rushing lanes and make plays between the tackles, especially with star Logan Wilson's strength in pass coverage. Knight's ability in run defense makes him the ideal running mate and thumper at linebacker, but next to both Wilson and Jermaine Pratt. And like we said, Jermaine Pratt is kind of near the end of his prime, and if he falls off, like if they didn't take him, they probably wouldn't have had a backup plan. This is their backup plan. There's game 3 tomorrow night between the Houston Rockets and the Golden State Warriors. For those who are tuning in, we will be right back here tomorrow night on Bragging Rights Sports for game 3 of the Warriors-Rockets series. The big question right now is whether or not Jimmy Butler will be able to go. I don't know if he will be, but hey, you never know. Be right back for a second. Pick is in for the Seahawks. Let's see what my boy Mike McDonald is doing. All right, Mike, man, what you got? Him and that SOS defense showed signs of promise last year, despite the cap crunch they faced. But if he knows what he's doing, all right, here we go. Here's the pick for the Seahawks.
What up, 12s? Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son, Jedediah. Everyone say happy birthday.
We got, let's see what they got right here.
50th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo,
Okay.
Miami. Let's get it.
So the Seahawks, they give Sam Darnold another weapon of choice. And you already have Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yes, you trade away DK Metcalf to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And let's look at the analysis on Arroyo. Arroyo missed most of the 2022 and 23 seasons with a knee injury he suffered in 2022, but he started all 13 games and averaged 17 yards per catch in 2024. Impressive. He's a guy who gets open, shakes defenders at the top of routes, finds windows in zone looks and uncovers when the quarterback scrambles. He catches passes in stride, and most importantly, well, why did the analysis just drop on me? And most importantly, he extends and catches passes away from his frame. He makes plays over the middle and holds on when taking a big hit, which toughness and tenacity are huge. And why does this thing keep popping back out? Dang it. So he gets stood up and shed at times, but he's a competitive inline blocker, and he covers and drives defenders to the space. So Seattle so far has had a good draft. They've had Ray Zabel, who should solidify their offensive line in the first round, Nick Emanwari, and now Elijah Arroyo. So far, Seattle is making sound decisions, and I like it. Now we have the Carolina Panthers picking at number 51. And I wonder who's going to announce this selection.
It is Carolina with the pick at 51.
What's up, Wisconsin? Panthers fans, hey, keep pounding, man. Shout out to God. Shout out Memorial Noman. The Denver Broncos have traded.
Oh, the Broncos traded the pick to the Panthers.
With the 50th.
And there's Chuba Hubbard, who was a fourth-round pick for them in
The
2021.
Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton, DN, Texas A&M.
Okay. Need edge rushing help. They got it right there. And let's take a look at the scouting report on Scorton, who was a guy that Raven fans are kind of high on as well. All right, so let's see. Why does this analysis keep dropping? So, all right, let's see. So, let's see. Scorton bends well enough to dip and rip at the top of his pass rushing stances. He gets good push for a power rusher and mixes in an effective spin move. He tracks the quarterback and falls back inside when the quarterback steps up, but he is someone who is a disruptive run defender who slips blocks and has good run stopping strength. He has the size and explosive power to set the edge, and he closes well and makes plays chasing from the backside. He's also versatile and is someone who is experienced dropping into coverage and can kick inside to rush the passer. Some people had this guy going late in the first round in some mock drafts. I didn't think that. I'm like, he's obviously a second-round pick, but right now, like what I see. So the Tennessee Titans, who have not made a selection since they drafted Cam Ward number 1 overall, as I said, number 1 overall, and not to mention, Warren Moon announced he was unretiring his number 1. And let's see who's going to announce the Tennessee Titans selection. It's Mr. Monday Night himself, at Keith Bullock.
Y'all throw a stone groove, man.
Bullock was a Bullock.
And with the 50
Steeler fans don't like him, which I will
explain
explain in just a bit.
NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Olawufemi Aladejo out of UCLA.
Interesting. This is a run on edge rushers, and I know the who was the defensive tackle that was going to fall to the Ravens? Let's see, not necessarily, but Mike Green is the best player available. I know Ravens fans are going to want him bad, but the guy I want is Darius Alexander. I want him if the I want Darius Alexander. Mike Green would be a great player. I do not like the character concerns. But Aladejo, let's see what his status is. He's an ascending player who moved from inside linebacker defensive end just like Abdul Carter did last year, and he made the most of it with his competitive and motor standing out from week to week, especially at the Senior Bowl. He is someone who chases with good effort and can get to depth drop it. Why does that thing keep popping up? He's a guy who can get to depth dropping into coverage. He sinks his hips on contact, locks out on blockers, and sets the edge as a run defender too. So, as I said, this was a good, the Titans got a good haul from the Seahawks in the Nick Eamon-Warry trade. Now Tampa Bay is going to be on the clock. And way to go, Tampa. Way to go, Tampa. This is why you should have drafted Jahad Campbell when you did. But now let's see. Their biggest need right now, if you're the Buccaneers, is inside linebacker. And the consensus pick for them would be Cody Simon. It would be Cody Simon, the linebacker out of Ohio State. But because what do they need right now? Let's see what Tampa Bay has right now. They need cornerback, but Will Johnson is off the board. This could be Mike Green, but once again, character concerns. And if he massively drops in this draft, this is another Michael Sam situation. Now, remember, Raven fans were absolutely mad that they didn't take Michael Sam in 2014. And I'm like, thank goodness they didn't, because the guy would have been a total flop. And everyone talks about how Brashad Perriman may be the biggest draft bust in Ravens history, or Kyle Bowler. Sam would have been the biggest one of them all had they taken him at number 17 back in 2014. So Shedeur Sanders is still on the board, ladies and gentlemen. He might not get out of the second round. Oh my God, from a potential number 2 overall pick just 2 weeks earlier to possibly not making it out of the second round. And he's already not made it out of the first round. It comes, as we mentioned, as the process goes along, the focus shifts to what's in here. That's what I must say. Everyone's gonna be like, oh, everyone's like, oh, look at when people judge talent in the draft, especially quarterbacks, they don't necessarily look at his talent. They look at his intangibles. You can never, ever judge a quarterback. You don't. You really don't. Which is why I feel like, and not to mention, I feel like a lot of teams have stayed away from Shedeur Sanders for this reason and this reason only. They don't want the publicity of possibly Deion Sanders coming in as the head coach. They don't. Which, to me, makes a lot of sense. So, all right. Let's see what the Buccaneers are going to do right here. This could be Mike Green, who like Shedeur Sanders, has dropped, but that is not because of family controversy. It's dropped because he was accused of domestic violence. So Mike Green, Darius Alexander, Trey Amos, and Jared Wilson are still on the board. Jared Wilson's probably going to go off at some point as well. Because, let's see, there's Mike Green, who is the defensive end out of Marshall. I wonder who's going to announce the Tampa Bay selection. All right, here it comes.
What's up, Green Bay?
Yeah.
Is that Gerald
I love the
McCoy?
energy. Love the energy.
Oh, Simeon Rice, one of the more underrated
With the
players
53rd pick
on that Super Bowl team in
in the
2002.
NFL 2025 draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison, DB, Notre Dame.
Okay. They lost Carlton Davis in free agency, so I guess this works out for them. Yeah, Davis. Yeah, it sucks to lose a guy like Carlton Davis because he got signed by the Patriots. But if this works out, this should be a nice consolation prize for Tampa Bay. And now, we saw how loud that crowd was last night when they took Matthew Golden at number 22 in the first round. And the moment Mark Murphy said, for the first time since 2002, the fans went absolutely nuts. And one of the points I was making off the air today was how everyone was clowning the Packers draft decisions over the last 2 years. And what I mean by that is Bears, Lions, and Vikings fans were all bashing Green Bay for making a bunch of reaches. Now, the other three was reaching on the first round while the Packers took probably the best receiver on the board at the time. And the pick is already in for the Packies. Or as Tom Grossi likes to say, the Green Bay mother-loving Packers. I didn't say you know what, I said loving. Like Jordan Love. So Packers fans had a blast last night, especially with the Matthew Golden pick. Let's see who they're going to take right here at number 22 here in the second round. So let's see. I thought the Packers would go corner right here, but yeah, all right, here we go. Let's see who's going to announce the pick.
All right, Green Bay, make some noise.
This could be a corner right here.
Get some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers choice. So give it up for Packers legend Jordy Nelson.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers' favorite target.
What's up, Packer country? Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Kenya Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth.
He played a very big role in the Packers community for so many years. I can remember when I lived there were a few community posters that had Jordy Nelson on there. So it was a very popular figure amongst Packer fans.
Future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
All right, who are they going with?
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
the Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Nice.
Go Packers!
Gotta protect Jordan Love. Let's look at the analysis on Belton. He's a 3-year starting left tackle at NC State. He's a massive mauler with a straight aim to move defenders off the ball. And he blocks relentlessly until the whistle in the run game. Belton he has upside as a pass blocker because he's quick enough to meet speed rushers and strong enough to anchor if his feet are set. He looks to help on the line and can annihilate defenders with a powerful punch when no one comes to help him. So, all right, here comes Ravens West, a.k.a. the Los Angeles Chargers. And my consumption is this pick is probably going to be Darius Alexander. Chargers need interior defensive line help, and this would be the way to go if I were Jim Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz. And there's the draft room of the Green Bay mother-loving Packers, as Tom Grossi would say. And the pick's in for the Chargers. Pick is in for the Chargers. Let's see what they do here. And Packers fans are pleased as they not only do they get another good target for Jordan Love to throw to, they gave him more protection. So the last thing we needed to see was the Packers nailing the draft. Because the last few years, that was the one thing that held them back. So, Melvin Gordon.
Good to be back home, baby.
Oh,
Well, Nation, I see you over there.
Oh, he's got a Brewers jacket on. Like that.
With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Thought they were gonna go with Darius Alexander right there, but they need weapons for Justin Herbert. And if they don't bring back Keenan Allen, because they've already brought back Mike Williams. If they don't bring back Keenan Allen, which I think they probably are going to anyway, it is good to see that they're at least addressing the receiver position. Because Ladd McConkey, you got Ladd McConkey and Mike Williams. You need a third receiver, especially to try and take a top off the defense, because you have that powerful running game, and you need more weapons on the outside. So, good pick by former Ravens scouting director Joe Ortiz. Bulls, Bears, Sausage, Ditka. They're back on the clock again. And the last time the Bears made a selection, it was Luther Burden at number 39, who is a yards after the catch machine. And Trey Harris, you know what school he comes from? It's not just different colleges, it's different leagues. That is one of the greatest memes in all of college football, is Lane Kiffin's different leagues comment. I should say this. If there's anyone at the top of the different league conversation, it is 100%, in my opinion, if anyone's at the top of the different leagues conversation, it's the Big Ten. It is the Big Ten because you have the last two national championships. You have a juggernaut in the Penn State Nittany Lions, who will have their annual spring blue and white game at Beaver Stadium tomorrow afternoon. I plan on going to that. And I'm interested to see what Jim Knowles, the new defensive coordinator for the Nittany Lions, who was the defensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes when they won the national championship last year. I am interested to see exactly what they do. And even though the Nittany Lions did lose Abdul Carter, KJ Winston, and Jalen Reed, as well as Kobe King, most of the defense remains intact. And I am interested to see what Knowles can do with that defense. So the Bears and number 56. All the Lions have traded up. The Lions have traded up. Lions have traded up to 57. The Bears still hold their pick at 56. I wonder who Detroit is going to try and get. Let's see. They're probably going to get Mike Green. Everyone's going to say, oh, they're going to try and take him from the Ravens. I'm like, no. I'm like, the Ravens are not taking Mike Green. If Darius Alexander's on the board, especially with Michael Pierce retiring, they're definitely going to take him. Come on. Because who else do we have? Darius Alexander would be one. Shamar Turner from the defensive tackle from A&M's out there as well. Omar Norman Lotz. I could see that. The Ravens are probably taking defensive tackle at 59. I don't know. The question is who? Because they only have 3 defensive linemen on the roster, those being Travis Jones, Nnamdi Madubuike, and Broderick Washington. And Jones is in a contract year. So I don't know if the Ravens will probably sign him, because their main objectives will probably be bringing back King Henry and Who else? Obviously, Linderbaum and Hamilton, that's next year. It would be King Henry and Isaiah Likely are the two guys they probably would prioritize bringing back on the offensive side of the ball. All right. So Owen Klein wants to see what some of our fellow Com Radio people, what their picks look like. So he'll probably, so as I said, hopefully him and all right, pick is in for the Bears. And the Packer fans are trying to rub salt on the wounds. So, let's see. Yeah, I wonder who's going to make this selection. Oh, let's see who this is.
To make the announcement.
And the booing has begun. Who is this?
Is that you got? Come on, you can be. No, yeah, because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange.
Boo! Hi, Bears. Bears, stop. Bears, stop. Bears, stop. Okay, Seth Rollins. Yes. Chicago, you have no right to talk. I know the Bears have no right to talk, but this is an epic troll job.
In case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary.
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck.
Seth freaking Rollins.
Announce the pick.
56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The greatest franchise in the NFL. The Chicago Bears select Ivy Tropillo, tackle from Boston College.
This is what happens when we give Bears fans a cookie. You give Bears fans a cookie, they will do that. And Seth Rollins, ladies and gentlemen, pulls off one of the greatest draft day roastings of all time. Oh, gosh. I can't wait for next year in Pittsburgh. I cannot wait for next year in Pittsburgh because I want, because either us, it's probably going to be us or the Bungles who get to roast Steeler Nation. Trade alert, that is right. The Detroit Lions have moved up to number 57. And my guess, this is Mike Reed. Be right back for a second. All right, so this could be Mike Green, or this could very well This could be Mike Green, or this could possibly be Darius Alec. Although they already drafted a defensive tackle. Let's see. Oh boy.
We are honored to have with us the surviving family members of the United States Army Specialist Christopher Kuby, who will announce the selection of the Detroit Lions second-round pick.
I don't think he's going to roast the
As a
Packers.
soldier, Christopher deployed to Iraq, where he was tragically killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist Kuby's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations,
That's tragic.
including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son.
Wow, even though they may be Lions fans, this isn't. Look at Goodell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia.
Ooh, that's Kevin Zeitler replacement. Good pick right there by the Detroit Lions. They're trying to I shouldn't say fortify, but refortify the offensive line. So let's look at this counter report on Ratledge. Ratledge, he is like, if you were asked oh God, why is the analysis always dropping? So he says, the take is, if you asked before the draft what an ideal pick would be for Detroit #2, this would have been the answer. He is an easy moving right guard with big time power on the point of impact in the run game. He also has the recovery agility to hold up in pass protection. The Lions need a right guard after Kevin Zeitler went to the Titans in free agency, and they landed the best battle-tested SEC starting guard in this draft. And Ratledge, actually outside of Booker. Why did I get too far on myself? But Ratledge will certainly see the field as a rookie with his impressive toughness and experience. Once again, this is the kind of player that Dan Campbell will enjoy very well. I think they will do well on this pick. And the Raiders are back on the clock. They're back on the clock at 58, and we are one pick away from what the Baltimore Ravens are going to do. People gather in here.
NFL fans here in Green Bay, are you having some fun tonight? You guys are absolutely amazing. And I get the privilege of representing some other amazing fans, that being Raider Nation. I was blessed to play 13 years with the Silver and Black. And the man who used to always make this pick is a Raider legend and NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown.
Rest in peace.
And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community. It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished them an early Happy Mother's Day. If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that.
That's a great way to pay homage to the man that Bill King, the longtime voice of the Raiders, used to say, "Old Man Willie, he's going all the way."
Jack Besh,
there's the receiver.
Texas Christian.
There's the receiver the Raiders were looking for. All right, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Hear the music. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. This has got to be Darius Alexander. This has got to be Darius Alexander. Ooh, boy. The Ravens. You need help on the defensive line and a possible first round talent has dropped all the way to the end of the second round. Not only him, but Mike Green as well. But I'm like, no to Mike Green. Do not like the character concerns one bit. And not to mention you already have the Justin Tucker situation and Terrell Suggs and Steve Smith Sr. So no more red flags for me this year. Oh boy. Yeah, and check me with some of that League of Legends music that they play at Raven games. So tee. All right. So the Raiders, I thought they'd take McMillan at number 6 in my first mock draft, but getting a receiver the second round is a much easier way to go. So the Ravens right now on the clock. Yep, pick is in. Pick is in for the Ravens, and this is either Mike Green or Darius Alexander. I hope it's Darius Alexander because I don't want character issues with Mike Green. I won't rage. If it's Mike Green, I promise I won't rage. I promise I won't rage. I need to bring out the shades for this. Gotta bring out the shades for the Raven pick. I forgot to do that last night. That's one of the few mistakes I made. So, all right. Let's see what they do here. They're the first team since 1970 to outrush their opponents in every game last season. The only game where they didn't outrush opponents was in the playoffs. So Mel Kiper says defensive end / outside linebacker, cornerback. I don't think corner's a need because Jadobe Awuzie, I feel like he's gonna have a new lease on life. I don't think that. To me, I don't think they're going corner here. To me, this has to be either defensive end or defensive tackle. Although the guy I would have wanted the Ravens to take was at 59. Another one was McMillan. Not McMillan. Was Tate Ratledge. That was a guy I wanted the Ravens to take at 59 had he not slipped because they need a starting left guard as well. Although technically no, because Andrew Voorhees I think needed a year to develop because you have to remember Voorhees tore his ACL at the combine in 2023 and he sat out all of that season. And last year technically was his rookie year and he sat behind Patrick McCary for most of the season last year. And now McCary signed a 3-year contract with the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, let's see what Eric DaCosta, Sashi Brown, and Ozzie Newsome and company do with pick number 59. And it will be announced tonight by former Ravens center Jason Brown, who was a 4-year starter for us from 2005 to 2008. And I am interested to see where we go from here. Oh boy. I always get a little nervous when the Ravens are picking because I don't know who they're, because like I said, because like for the most part, I usually am satisfied with the pick, but it's always the great unknown. It is always the great unknown. And why are they going to commercial when they're about to pick? Yes, ironically, it's the network that has hated us since Art Modell screwed over Cleveland. Never change. Never change ESPN. Although I shouldn't give them considerable grief, but Oh boy. They might get this is the second round in a row they could get a first round talent. They already got Malachi Starks at number 27, the nepotism angle with that, obviously. But this has got to be, as I said, if this is Darius Alexander, I will be ecstatic because Michael Pierce just retired and they need his heir apparent. And not to mention, Alexander is a versatile defensive lineman. And like I said, Brandon Stevens is gone, but you signed Chidobe Awuzie. And I don't think you necessarily need middle linebacker because, I feel like they're going to give Trenton Simpson another crack because last year he had some playing time early in the season, but he wasn't ready. It's the same with Voorhees. Both those guys just need time to develop. And everyone's going to they need another edge rusher. I'm like, I feel like this year could be the breakout year for Tavius Robinson. For whatever reason, I don't know why I'm saying this, but after how he played in the playoffs last year, it would not surprise me if Robinson takes that next step. Although Dafe Owe and Kyle Van Noy are both in contract years. Best defensive lineman on the board is Darius Alexander, the defensive tackle from Toledo. Or they could go with Ty Robinson or Shamar Turner. But everyone says, make me. As I said, stop me. If that happens, I'm like, stop me when you've heard this before. Talented, potentially generational player out of Marshall slips in the draft because of character concerns. When have I seen this before? Oh, right. Randy Moss in 1998. And Chris Carter and Dennis Green said that Randy Moss would be on the board at 21. And Chris Carter did not believe that. But when Moss dropped past the Cowboys at number 8, it was like, ooh, boy. They might be able to get him. So the three best, Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, and Darius Alexander are the best players on the board. Or Trey Amos. Ravens, one of their mottos over the years, especially when Ozzie Newsome was the general manager, it was always best player on the board. And let's see what the boys in purple are going to do right here, right now. Come on. Come on, please. They're taking their time with this. Oh boy, this defense needs to be upgraded. And they said edge rush your cornerback and guard. I'm like, oh, there's Jason Brown.
You may also know me as Wise Farmer Brown, where at North Carolina, we have founded First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing so that no child will go without food.
All
My
right.
son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected Mike Green.
Wow! Wow!
Well, there's
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know how to feel about this. This is, if they can get his act together, if they can clean up his character concerns, he will be a freak of nature on this pass rush for the next decade. This to me is like the Jalen Carter pick with the Eagles. If John Harbaugh and Eric DeCosta and company are able to clean up his character, this man is going to be a terror off that edge for the next decade. It's a boomer bust pick. I wanted Darius Alexander, but I will settle for this. I will settle for this because if it works out, they've got their answer to Terrell Suggs. And not to mention, Terrell Suggs had character concerns coming out of Arizona State. So, yep. The last time they drafted a player with this many concerns, it was Terrell Suggs. And Raven fans wanted him at number 27. I'm glad they didn't, because they literally got two of the best players in this draft. DaCosta's nailing it on the head.
It's a blessing to be here. Broncos country, let me hear you.
All right.
Wisconsin Badgers, baby. We got another one into the College Football Hall of Fame. We did it.
There's Monte Ball, who was
with the 60th pick.
Let's see.
In the 2025 NFL Draft. The Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, UCL.
There's the running back that Broncos fans were talking about. They could have gone with Armarian Hampton in the first round, but they must have liked Harvey better. So so that works for them. So, yep. Before we go any further, I need to go look at Ravens Twitter for a second and see what they think about the Mike Green selection. All right. I feel like Ravens Twitter's going nuts. Yep, they're going nuts. And this place is on fire. Yes. Look at Rami, who's one of our social media insiders. He smells blood in the water. And even though I'm not necessarily a big fan of this pick, I will accept it, because if this pans out, kaboom. So let's look at RJ Harvey for a second. He is a short back who is patient, hugs his blocks, and makes late cuts. He makes defenders miss in the hole and can easily bounce runs to the outside. Harvey ran the fourth fastest 40-yard dash among the running backs of the combine, and he's a threat to pull away when he gets a lane. Dangerous pass-catching running back, the Broncos. Who's the pick right now? It's Gary Clark. One of the more underrated receivers of the late 80s and early 90s. One of the members of the posse.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times world champions, Washington Commanders select Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
Okay, who's next? Back to the Bears. So Trey Amos goes to Washington. They're going to do really well with this pick. Is it Marshawn Lattimore on the other side? I think he is. So we have the Bears, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. And with the Eagles pick, we won't bring out the Dawkins jersey, but we will bring out the Eagle hat. Yeah, that was bold. And in one of their hype videos over the years, they always said ideas take root in our hearts. They inspire us to be bold, to be brave in the darkness. So the pick is in for the Bears, and they're trying to fill as many depth positions as they need. Is Seth Rollins going to be back on the mic? Because if he is, Packer fans want to throw things in his face. Oh boy. Because I'm shocked because I felt like if the Ravens didn't get Mike Green, the Eagles would have gotten him. Yep, I agree. If the Ravens didn't take Mike Green at 59, the Eagles would have taken him at 64. So let's look at Trey Amos for a second, who was a very highly rated player. And let's see. An early draft need for Washington was a bigger physical corner. After adding Marshawn Lattimore last year, the Commies get another press corner in Amos with excellent length, and he has enough speed to turn and run with receivers. Tools as an outside corner can kick last year's star rookie Mike Rinsty inside to a slot corner role, which probably suits him better. So, first round talent falling to DC at number 61. So, Josh Harrison, Magic Johnson, over the last couple years, everything they have touched has turned to gold. Do not mention that defense of the Philadelphia 76ers. I need to look at as I said, I need to look more at Raven Twitter. I said I saw where's Raven Nation Live? Let's see what they have to say. The fact that they got both Malachi Starks and Mike Green, despite the nepotism and character concerns, I will take that. I will take that. Like, even though I didn't necessarily accept it at first, I will 100% take that. Cannot wait for Owen Klein to join me in the next few minutes. Let's see where he is right now. So Klein, he made the promise that he will join us at pick number 65, which will be the Tennessee Titans. Now, I've been doing this for 2 hours on my own, so it's great. It's going to be nice to have company for the end of the third round. Yep. Oh my God. Shedeur Sanders is not going to make it. He's not going to make it out of the second round. Neither is Jalen Milroe. Yeah, the Steelers are probably going to trade for him in the third round. So I wonder if Seth Rollins is coming back to the podium, because if he's back at the podium, all hell's coming loose. Yep, here comes the selection for the Bears, and it's not Seth Rollins. Refresh my memory. Who's the guy the last time? I think it was him.
Y'all still booing, huh?
Des White. Well, they weren't booing at you. They were booing at Seth Rollins.
See, booing this bad weather, y'all got to live there year round. Because I know y'all not booing the best team in the division.
Can you please shut up?
But on a serious note, with the 62nd...
You have been the gong show of this division for the last decade.
The Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Okay. Thought they were going to go with Darius Alexander early. Oh my God! If the Ravens if they get Alexander as well, all hell's coming loose. Because those three guys are going to be starters right away. All right, here comes the Swifty Empire, ladies and gentlemen. And they took Josh Simmons with the last pick in the first round. And what do the Kansas City Chiefs do right here? What are the Chiefs going to do right here? This could be Darius Alexander. Pairing him with Chris Jones, good God. So the Bears have taken Loveland, Burden, Trapilo, and Shamar Turner. So far, they've gotten good value, but I want to see how this pans out in the long run. So the pick is in for Kansas City. And the best fit is probably Darius. The best option would be Darius Alexander. I wonder who this is. Ooh.
Chiefs Kingdom, let me hear you.
Oh, Dante Hall. Oh, is he a treat to watch during his playing career? One of the most electric return men in league history.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott.
Ooh, this is the guy that Kevin Orcheister, who's a Ravens insider.
He's a California kid.
He was the Kevin Orcheister's a Raven insider. This was the guy he wanted. So they're gonna pair him with Chris Jones, and you know what that means. Here come the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, change of hats. All right, goodbye. So let's see what the Eagles need. They could go. Well, they probably will go best player available. Because Milton Williams left in free agency, but you can't have enough interior beef. And Darius Alexander, I would like to see him in Philly. So who else is there? Jalen Noel, the receiver out of Iowa State, has been mocked to the Eagles, and their pick's already in. So consensus would be, this could be Harold Fannin. If they get Harold Fannin, I'm gonna like, Roseman, you did it again. All right, Howie, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got, Howie. Yes. Yes. I wonder what he's gonna be. I wonder what whoever announces the Eagles pick is gonna be like. He's probably gonna be like, I should say the motto for that is let them hear you. So, last pick of the second round. I think the Tennessee Titans will be on the clock. Let's look at the analysis on Omar Norman Lott. Like, Adam Tyker was low on Lott of the group of analysts on ESPN, but defensive tackle board was really wiped out throughout the opening two rounds. And the Chiefs needed to identify a tackle who can play next to Chris Jones and possibly even his eventual replacement. Yeah, I think they're going to do the Chiefs are going to do very well with this pick, because when they lost in the Super Bowl last year, they got mauled by the Eagles in the trenches. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what the Eagles do here. My guess would be either defensive tackle or probably tight end. I'd say tight end. It's probably going to be Harold Fannin. If they get him, it's going to be like, how did they do it? I have to know. Somebody tell me. It's not fair. There was no way, I tell you. No way he could have gotten out. Somebody tell me. Do you hear me? Somebody tell me how they did it. And hold on a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Owen Klein.
For sure.
How we doing, my man? How we doing, my man?
This me?
Yep. Owen Klein, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, it's about time.
It is about time. How was on the show for Com Radio?
The comedy show went pretty darn well, and thankfully Dash Co. and I got to see our team's pick
You guys traded up in the second
for a
round.
defensive
which I thought
tackle,
was a good
TJ
idea.
Sanders. Yes, I agree that it was a good idea, and I mean, sure, I haven't done much looking at TJ Sanders, but from what I've heard, he's supposed to be he provides a lot of value at our position.
Yeah, you needed somebody to compliment Ed Oliver up front.
Yep, you can never have too many.
All right,
pass
here
rushers.
comes the selection for the Eagles.
Last of the second round, I presume.
To be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Go Birds! With the 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba, defensive back.
Okay. Owen, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on this?
I like this pick. You can, this gives them the ability to use a third safety for the Eagles, and losing. I mean, Reed Blankenship is going to hit. Yep, Reed Blankenship's going to hit free agency after the season.
So they needed an immediate replacement at safety because, well, Cooper DeJean could play safety as well, which means they could. And the Eagles, they run a lot of three safety looks as well, as we talked about last night with the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. Just now I'm just pulling up the NFL draft stream on ESPN. I don't think any audio from the stream should come through my mic. Are you hearing anything else besides me right now?
Yeah, I only can hear anything besides you. So,
yep, thank God bless this microphone.
What are your thoughts on the second round? Like the Brown, like Shadur Sanders is still on the board in round 3.
That surprises me, and it doesn't at the same time. I still thought Mike Green would fall all the way to day 3, and he ended up going to your team, the Baltimore Ravens.
I felt like if Green didn't go to the Ravens, he was going to the Eagles. That's what I thought. Because it was just like Malachi Starks. It's like if Starks didn't go to the Ravens, he was going to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned this earlier. Mike Green, if they're able to get his character, done properly, and really if they're able to
really dig deep on him.
As I said, if they're able to clean up his character, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with for the next decade.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the Giants are on the board first here in round 3. What do you think they should go for?
I haven't seen who's on the board, but it would really be nice to give whoever's going to be quarterback, whether it
Jackson
be
Dart or Jameis Winston,
Jackson Dart. I mean, either Dart or Wilson, because I'm sure he's going to be. I'm pretty sure Winston's going to be traded.
Yeah, I mean they could go with Jared Wilson, the center out of Georgia.
Yeah, you need that offensive line
You need
out too.
offensive
But
line.
best player available, Darius Alexander, the Toledo defensive tackle.
He was the guy. That was the guy I wanted the Ravens to take at first. I wanted him.
Yeah, there's still Jalen Noel and Jalen Royals out there at receiver.
Yeah, like Jalen Royals would be good, and you got Jalen Noel out there too.
Yep, just put up my handy draft guide via computer.
Yeah, let's see. This is gonna be. I'm interested, as I said. Now, there was no quarterbacks taken in the second round, and now we're gonna. And actually, no. Actually, Tyler Shaw, the quarterback out of Louisville, was taken by the Saints.
Yeah, Tyler Shug.
I forgot about that. And the Saints have had 8 different quarterbacks since Drew Brees retired.
Mm-hmm. I know I don't like it. I mean, you should have just waited. I mean, the pick I think their fans are most. I mean, a team's fans is most angry about is RJ Harvey to the Broncos. Caleb Johnson was right there. Cameron Coulter, Broncos fan on Com Radio, and also my cousin Jackson Burns. They wanted Caleb Johnson.
Wow.
I literally said it at the start of the day too. Caleb Johnson to Denver. He's still on the board.
Although they probably like the guy they got, they probably liked him more because he's more of a scheme fit.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
All right, so who's going to announce the Giants pick? Let's see who this is.
To all of our fans, you look amazing out there, and you look even better filling our stadiums on game day. So thank you.
I'm actually ahead of you.
With the 65th pick in the
All right, let's
2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Darius Alexander.
Okay.
Toledo.
Well, actually, now that I think of it, Darius Alexander to go into the Giants.
Him in
I
second.
want to go back to the pick before quickly. There's still Xavier Watts available at safety for the Eagles.
I'm shocked that they didn't take him.
Yeah.
I'm
Mid-round
shocked that
prospect
Xavier
and
Watts
very
is
mediocre athlete. Let's see. What did I miss? Jack Beck to the Raiders. Trey Amos to Washington. And yeah, Azariah Thomas is still there too. Shamar Turner, Omar Norman Lott.
Some of the first round talent.
Gotta get some water. I'll be back.
So let's see. Kansas City is back on the board right now at number 66. And and in their last selection, they just took they took one of the defensive tackle out of Tennessee, being Omar Norman Lott, who I think is going to play very. The thing is with this pick as well as the Giants pick, both those teams have elite defensive tackles, but you can't have enough good pass rushers as the Eagles showed last year.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Ashton Gelati, defensive end, Louisville.
The Chiefs are trying to overhaul the trenches. They saw what happened to them in the Super Bowl against the Eagles. So let's see. Let's look at the scouting report on Gillette for a second while Owen's getting water for a second. Let's see what he's got. He is a 3-year starter at Louisville who closed his college career with 40 tackles for loss and 26 and a half sacks. He explodes off it out of his stance, shoots his hands, tries offensive tackles, and throws blockers aside at the top of his rush. So, as I said, you got Gillette, George Karlaftis on the edges, and you have Norman Lott, and you have Chris Jones in the middle. The Chiefs, they're going to bounce back to no one's surprise. And now we have the Cleveland Browns. Let's see who they're going to pick right here. They're going right to go. Is this the pick where Shedeur Sanders finally comes off the board? If it is, the Browns would have played this situation to near perfection. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. Oh, I forgot the NBA playoffs are going on right now. Let's get a couple updates on that. Pacers and Bucks in a 62-62 deadlock at the start of the third quarter. The Magic leading the Celtics 88-83 with 5:10 to go in the fourth quarter. And Orlando needs this win badly in order to not get swept in the first round of the playoffs. That would not be a good look for them one bit. Whew, man. Let's see what we got. So Cleveland. So after this, the Raiders again, then New England, then Jacksonville. Well, Darius Alexander is someone I want on the Ravens, but there was no way he was going to drop that far in the third round. No way.
USA membership is for those who serve and can be shared with their spouses and kids for generations to come. Because our USA is commitment to serving the military community, they're proud to serve their families' legacy. So I bet that so is our guest. USA, see if you can become a member today. Members who switch say that $725
I'm Ravens Twitter right now for a second. Let's look on.
So I guess I was wrong when I said Andre, it turns out, is an orthopedic surgeon, handy with tools, and a really got it hanging. Plus, he's a balanced large man who doesn't get the street cred. It's his girl.
Let's see. So their updated edge rushing room is Van Noy, Owen, Mike Green, Tavius Robinson, David Achabo, and Adisa Isaac. Deep room, I tell you. All right. Who's going to announce the pick for the Cleveland Brownies? Oh, boy.
The Cleveland Browns selection is ready at number 67.
So, what I miss?
With the 67th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh, another good
Darius Alexander to the Giants. That's a good pick. What else do we have? Ashton Gillot
to the Chiefs, and then Harold Fannin to the Browns. I kind of feel like this could be. Is David Njoku a free agent at the end of the year? He might be.
I don't. I'm looking it up right now. Warriors 54 mil, and yes, he is a free agent after this season.
So this is the replacement for Njoku, and they probably won't be able to sign him.
If possible.
Oh, Bannon probably. Oh, he was a pain in the neck to go against. Believe me. And a lot of people were saying he got snubbed of the John Mackey Award over Tyler Warren, which that might be right, but Warren played so many different positions last year besides tight end. Yeah, so far the Browns have had a good draft from their perspective because, this is critical because Andrew Berry is trying to save his job, as is Kevin Stefanski. And there come the Raiders.
Yep, there, Steve Wisniewski's. He went to Steve. I thought it was Stephen Wisniewski. No, Steve Wisniewski's staff.
Sport in the world in professional football. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And there are no better fans in the world than NFL fans. Do you agree?
Hell yeah.
Oh, not for his team. No.
To welcome another young man into the silver and black. I believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive.
Ooh, the Jack Jones replacement.
Yep. And they also needed a guy to replace Nate Hobbs, too.
Yes, Nate Hobbs also left, so both their starting corners are gone.
And they needed an upgrade to begin with.
Yeah, he's an excellent. The thing about them, they might actually use him for special teams players because he blocked 4 punts and a field goal at Iowa State, and he actually was a receiver who now is going to play corner. He was a receiver in 2022, and he didn't start a corner until last year. So he's a quick learner, but this might be more of a project player right here from how I see it. What do you think of the Patriots getting Travion Henderson in the second round?
I was skeptical at first, but now that I've read more and more into it, it was a mistake to sign Stevenson to that big contract in the first place, especially since he has fumbling issues.
The thing is, they're trying to go back to the way that made them great.
Yes, of course. And Travion Henderson can do just that.
If, as I said, if their offense is able to click this year with McDaniels now back as their offensive coordinator, and if Drake May develops, this could be a team that could make a push at the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see when they play the Ravens next year, because every time we've played the Patriots over the years, it's usually been a big game.
Wow, that guy was Cherpinski was still clamoring for the Browns to take Shedeur Sanders.
Who is that?
Walter Cherpinski, the guy who I follow. He's a Penn State graduate, class of 2006.
Nice. So he wanted the Browns to take Shedeur. Honestly, I feel like now that had they taken Shedeur Sanders, they would have made a drastic mistake. But I must say, Jimmy Haslam's okay. Let's see the Patriots selection. Let's see what it's going to be. 1 second. I'll wait till.
Who is that?
John Cena. Oh, good.
Yeah, no. You can't see him.
I can't see him.
You. Enough of the chit chat. All right.
Oh boy.
For the New England's pick.
Stars from all walks of life.
With the 69th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kyle Williams.
Okay, another receiver. So
Are we sure this isn't the same Kyle Williams who played for the 49ers?
Well, there's only one Kyle Williams, and he played, and that's you admire, and he was the anchor on the Bills D line for
exactly
one of the most beloved players in recent Bills history. But this guy, it'll be interesting to see, because like I wonder if Kendrick Bourne will get his feet wet now with McDaniels as the offensive coordinator, because he had a down year last year.
Mm-hmm.
And they just signed Stephon Diggs as well. So as I said, like the Patriots have gone offensive heavy. They got Will Campbell at number 4, Travion Henderson at 38, and Kyle Williams at 69. Which is fitting because I scored 69 touchdowns, if you know what I mean. Yes, Gronk, we know what you mean, and it is inappropriate. So the Lions, they're back on the clock. Whose pick is this? Whose initial pick was this? Was this the Raiders?
I don't know.
Gosh, who's this? Who's gonna troll Packers fans?
So what's up? So when Owen is playing, it feels amazing. 1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be a Packer. But the Kings of the NFC North came and saved me. Detroit, baby,
I remember this because the Packers were very high on this guy.
The Jacksonville Jaguars that traded the 70th.
Oh, it's a Giants pick.
Detroit
Okay, another savvy move by them.
With the 70th
No,
pick,
I wouldn't say the first one was savvy.
Yeah.
Detroit Lions select pick to slot. Wide receiver.
Wide receiver depth.
Jameson Williams trade rumors. Considering that
true,
he's I don't think they picked up the 5th year.
They didn't renew his 5th year option. What were you saying again?
And just the Jameson Williams potentially being traded.
So with the Mike Green selection, there goes the rumors of the Ravens trading for Kayvon Thibodeau.
KKT, yeah. Where is he going to go, or will the Giants just keep him? It'd be a mistake for them to keep him.
Sean was telling me this morning that the Giants shouldn't trade Thibodeau because you got him, Carter, and Burns.
Well, are you just going to make Thibodeau a rotational guy and just use him for third downs exclusively?
I don't know, because what they might do is some teams, for example, the Eagles, they rotate their edge rushers and they get production out of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what the Giants are going to try and do this year. They saw what their longtime nemesis has done, and they're like, well, we need to do that for ourselves. Now, oh, never mind, because the Saints, they took Show and the quarterback out of Louisville in the second round. Now where do they go?
Yeah, just double down with Shedeur Sanders.
What? I have a quarterback controversy out of the gate?
You don't understand my sense of humor.
Yeah. So Shedeur Sanders has remained undrafted. Great.
I'd say he goes like 5th round now. The outlook on him has flipped.
He goes from possible number 2 overall pick to that. That would be the most karma move possible. And you know why they're doing this, why he's dropping in this draft, because teams are scared not by him, but by Deion Sanders.
I wouldn't say. I think it's because, I mean, if you're looking from a scouting perspective, I think it's more on him having poor pocket awareness like Caleb Williams sometimes.
True, and not to mention every time he faced an elite defense at Colorado, he got killed.
Yeah, look at the baseball scores. Gotta keep updated with those.
The Orioles, I know they were playing their game tonight with the Tigers.
Oh, come on. Mets made a comeback, but Mets made a comeback and took the lead, but they
Nats 5-4. Cubs beat the Phillies.
Yeah, they had a 4-run 8th inning, but they walked it off on a James Wood single.
Oh boy. Well, at least they didn't get blown out.
Yep, man, it wasn't Diaz who got the save opportunity. He didn't pitch at all. It was Ryan Stank who got the opportunity, but couldn't do it. And AJ Minter left the walk off.
Yeah, Blue Jays beating the Yankees.
Good. Glad he finally went deep again.
Exactly.
See what else do we have?
One thing you and I have
Twins
in
are
common
beating
that we hate them.
Angels. Yep. Cardinals winning over the Brewers. Red Rockies are tied. Cubs beat the Phillies 4-0. Phillies just continue to swing at everything.
What do you think of this? The NL West is stacked. Yet,
If the D-backs win today, you'll have 4 teams with 15 wins. When I don't think a single other division is more than 1.
You know what's funny?
You
know what's funny?
Huh?
They all would have 15 wins, and the Rockies are 4-20.
Will they be the new worst team? I don't know.
Whenever I think of the Rockies, I always think of that Blue Mountain music the urinating tree plays during that sketch, because it's like, it's like I thought they're not just bad, they're pitiful, because in previous years they did just enough to get the fans to pay attention and come on down to the ballpark, but this is just outrageous. All right, let's see what the Saints are going to do right here. And we are 1 pick away from the Bills. And not to mention, the guy who announced the Bills pick is a guy who I shall not mention. Hate him.
Ryan Ramczyk. Thank you for your service to New Orleans, sir.
The Bills pick in the first round. In the second round, Lee Bleepin Evans. Hate him.
Saints pick is in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Vernon Broughton, defensive end, Texas.
More beef on that defensive line.
Kyle Williams, 3rd-round prospect, and Isaac Tesla, Prince Walter gave him $1 million. They say
Owen, it's your turn.
4th and 5th round. Some evaluating him in the 7th, but no reason to trade him. He could have been available late in the 3rd.
Yeah, pretty much.
New Orleans Saints going defensive tackle Vernon Broughton out of Texas, and Walter gives him a C-, but meanwhile, the other Texas defensive tackle, Alfred Collins, Owen Dashko was really excited when they got him.
When the 49ers got him?
Yeah.
Niners have had a good draft on the defensive line because like you lose DeForest Buckner, yeah, you get that you fill that void immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So now it is the Buffalo Bills who.
Wait, no. Oh, really? We traded up? Oh no, that's what we get with the deal with the Bears. Here we go.
Who do you think you got? Who do you think?
It's already coming into me.
What?
It's already coming into me.
Oh boo! Not him. Not this
Yep,
guy.
Lee Evans.
Hate him. You know why? He dropped the pass in the AFC Championship against the Patriots.
And yes. Yes!
Landon Jackson, there you go. You got
Love it! We could have gotten him in the second round. We love this. He visited the Bills 8 times.
What was that? He visited you guys 8 times?
Yeah. You can never have too many pass rushers against Patrick Mahomes.
What?
You can never have too many pass rushers against Patrick Mahomes.
That's exactly why the Ravens took Mike Green in the second round, and he's a first-round talent.
Yeah, he could have gone early second.
Green? Oh, absolutely. Heck, he could have gone middle of the first round.
I wouldn't say that much.
There were some mock drafts that I looked at that had him going as high as 18, or actually 17 to the Bengals. But this was a huge pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Yes. I'm really salivating over the selection.
Yeah, you're salivating over that the way I was salivating over Malachi Starks last night. Although I wasn't as excited as you are. I was trying to keep my emotions in check just because I'm like, there's more to do. There's more to fix. All right.
For me, getting drafted, I want to give a shout out to Sean Ellis. I want to give a shout out to Chad Pennington and Anthony Beck, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also, we got a free 99. We got a 3rd-round pick for Lavernia Skull from Florida State.
Wow.
Azariah Thomas. He could have gone late first round. And he's that replacement for DJ Reed.
I thought they were going to go with Trey Amos in the second round, but this certainly.
Yeah, but Washington nope, didn't do it. Washington scooped him up.
Yeah.
The Mason Taylor pick, it's a really great one from both a player and fan standpoint. Because the 2 players Mason's related to, they were both former Miami Dolphins legends.
Yeah, who's that?
Well, Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas.
Who was that? Who was that? Mason Taylor. He got drafted by
by the Jets in the second round.
That's gotta be salt on the wound. That is Jason Taylor's not gonna like that one bit.
Really, you're comparing this guy to Jalen Ramsey? Come on.
I get he went to Florida State, but jeez. You know what I mean?
Didn't even know Landon Jackson was still on the board at the time.
I didn't think so either. Like that's the beauty with the draft is that if a high talent drops to a team, especially that's a good team, they take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you're going to do very well with that pick. I will ask you this, though. What do you think of Seth Rollins trolling the Packers?
Too long. Just announce a pick. Get off the stage. Do your job.
Not only that, but...
I mean, just trying to steal the spotlight.
And he has no right to talk.
Yeah.
The Bears have been the doormat of this division for the last decade. Why are you opening your big mouth? Like, seriously, the Packers have owned you for the better part. The Packers have owned you since the moment they got Brett Favre. why are you trash talking them?
Mm-hmm.
That's like if the NFL draft was in Baltimore and Browns fans trashed us. We would have every right to bash them back because they have been little brother to us for almost 30 years. It's the same with you guys. Like, if the draft was in Buffalo, Miami fans would have no right to talk in particular, and Jets fans would have no right to talk.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone's going to say, oh, you guys didn't have Super Bowl. Like, the Bills have won that division the last 5 years.
And it's going to be 6 because the Patriots are improving, but they're not quite there yet. The Dolphins are going to fall off a cliff, and the Jets are the Jets.
I 100% agree with that. It would be shocking if you guys didn't. It's the same with us. Like, it would be the same with the Ravens. It would be shocking if they didn't win the division. But the only reason
you're fear because there no multiple consecutive
no
straight.
No three-peat in AFC North history. No three-peat. Yeah. That is my only concern this year, is that no team has ever won the AFC North 3 times in a row. And for good reason, because like the physical nature of this division, it takes its. I've looked on Twitter. The Raven fans have gone nuts. Because remember a couple years ago when the Eagles took Jalen Carter? Remember that? The character concerns around Jalen Carter and
No. Eagles said no. We're good.
They said if we can get his act together, like this guy, if we can get his act together, he and Jordan Davis will dominate for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Ravens are doing with Mike Green. They're like, if he can get his act together, he's going to be a force coming off that edge. All right. Let's see what Broncos country will do here. I wonder who Perna wants them to pick.
I haven't seen the guys' reaction to their other picks. May need to put that up. Okay, so that's how. Still working out the kinks with this thing.
Nope. Yep, it is cold and it's been wet in Green Bay for most of the day. It stopped raining right before the draft, but hey, what can you do?
Mm-hmm.
I think, as I said, this was one of the best. This is probably the most electric draft atmosphere they've ever had, or at least up there.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Monty Ball.
an underrated. Like, people don't realize how good he was at Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. But then just flopped in the NFL.
And they take it right here.
Probably receiver. Don't know who's available though. No, Pat Bryant, the Illinois receiver.
Okay. So they drafted a running back in the 2nd round and a wide receiver in the 3rd round. And they drafted.
I don't know who the best receiver available was, but
I don't think he was the best receiver available, but
yeah.
they must have liked his skill set.
Mm-hmm. So positions, wide receiver. They have
Portland Sutton, obviously.
I'm just trying to say the player, the rankings at receiver.
Let's see what he got.
Oh my gosh, what am I doing? That's the best available receiver. Yeah, so Noel and Royals out there. Jalen Lane, Ty Felton, Torrey Horton's on there too. I would have been high on him because even though the injury concerns.
The conditional picks in the 3rd round. I mean, the Ravens have been high on conditional picks for years. They have been high on conditional picks.
and Jackson's so mad.
Who's it? Who's mad?
No, that's my cousin. He says, "What the bleep." This is actually such a bad day to reach by like 2-3 rounds.
I wonder what Dasko's gonna think of this.
And even Ben too. Ben Palillo too on
Nick Martin.
Nick Martin, the linebacker out of Oklahoma State. I still feel like that's a bit of a reach.
That's a depth move. That is a depth move because they're probably gonna like. Is Dre Greenlaw? He was out all of last year due to injury, right? What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at my. I'm gonna have to hit him up on the phone after this. Gave him a Millen grade. I have to give a Millen grade for the first pick who didn't make it into his mock draft, and that would be him. 6th-round prospect at best. So they're many superior, like Noel.
In the 3rd round.
In Royals.
Seriously, a guy who was rated as a 6th-round prospect at best is taken in the 3rd round. How in the world does that happen?
Just my.
So the Niners have gone all defense. I expect the Ravens to go all defense.
Hey, it's all about stopping number 15.
Number 15 as well as number 87.
Linebackers aren't, edge rushers aren't really quote unquote necessary to stop Kelsey. I mean, you got your deep safety in Malachi Starks.
Well, we're gonna have Hamilton's gonna be in the box now.
Mm-hmm.
How about them Cowboys?
They got a steal with Izaraku.
That was a guy. Well, I wanted the Ravens to get him. My sister, who's obviously works for the Cowboys, she said great pick.
They got Siobhan Ravel. He could have gone 1st round.
What was that? He could have.
No, he definitely would have if it wasn't for the ACL tear he had last season.
Cowboys have done a good job in the draft, as they usually have done over the last few years. Like, if they're not, the Cowboys are not a good team when it comes to like trying to sign free agents, but they are very good at drafting and keeping homegrown players long term. So they've got Izaraku in the 2nd round. They got Booker in the 1st round, and then now they got Ravel. And this pick makes sense because Deron Bland's coming off a season-ending injury.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones, look at him. He must be having a lot of fun this year in the draft because he's been. I mean,
and he's actually in the last year of his contract.
Who, Deron Bland?
Yeah, 2022 rookie.
That makes sense.
Now Panthers pick is in. Here we go to the podium. All right, Steve Smith. No, that's not Steve Smith, is it?
That's Chuba Hubbard.
Oh, Chuba Hubbard.
Ooh.
Apparently, Human Nealon, huh? Packers are really interested in him. He could have gone 2nd round.
Yeah, I thought that was someone who Jackson Tortone was kind of high on in the 2nd round.
Don't know what Adam Peterzak thinks of that. I'm going to have to text him out about that.
I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, just wanted to let you guys know this is the 2025 NFL mock draft, not the mock draft, 2025 NFL draft live stream here on Michael Hession's Bragging Rights Sports. We're midway through round 3, just about. I'm one of the hosts, Owen Klein. And Adam Pearzak says he doesn't really know much about Newman Mielen, but it's Steven, so he's happy. Doesn't know much about Nick Scorton either.
Heard that. Did a good job on it.
About what?
You were just doing like a
Yeah,
introduction.
about just getting the folks up to speed.
Yep. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So the Cardinals, their pick is in right now. And my guess is Nick Martin, even though he was not necessarily rated that high, I probably felt like if the Cardinals had known that the Niners were going to take him, they might have been like, hey, we might get him. Because Cardinals, I think they need linebacking help.
Well, I want to try something with the lighting.
There you go. There you go.
There. That's better.
So let's see. Let's see what the Cardinals what they've got. Their needs right now.
They got their defensive lineman. What you could use a third receiver too.
True. Very true. And I don't think they've drafted a receiver yet.
No, not yet.
It's gonna be Jalen Noel. It's gonna be him if they're taking a receiver right here. So the Matthew Golden selection last night is still bone chilling, and Grossi went nuts over that.
Yeah, he did.
Like they all went nuts last night. I know 5 points went nuts over the Abdul Carter pick. My favorite's the urinating tree over Derek Harmon.
Yeah. Thank the gods.
He's like, no quarterback.
And hey, does he want it? What does he want for QB?
I don't know what he wants.
I mean, he wants. I bet he wants the Steelers just not go and ride with Mason Rudolph and finally give him a losing season so that they'll be forced to draft a QB.
True, but they have a ton of guys hitting the open market next year. That's their problem. Like TJ Watts and Alex Highsmith are both free agents, and Cam Hayward's probably retiring. And that, although they probably, I think they will extend. They will extend TJ Watt at some point this offseason.
And that's the dilemma. You're going to have to give him 35, 40 mil a year, just like in the Miles Garrett range. Yeah.
Because to me, I think he's the best. I think he's the most dominant defensive player in football because
yes.
Remember this? TJ, do your thing. Remember that?
Here I come to save the day. As has been the tradition for the Steelers ever since AB, Big Ben, and Le'Veon Bell were there.
Well, actually, that's been a tradition of theirs since the 1970s. Because it was like this a lot over the years. Let's see what the Cardinals are going to take. There's Patrick Peterson, and it's fitting that he announced the pick that might be his heir apparent.
Mm-hmm. With Will Johnson, he's just playing 2 games before going on IR.
Yep.
Jordan Birch, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, he could have been a second rounder.
That was a guy I was hot. I thought like the Ravens could have gotten him at not necessarily at not like at 7. I thought because he can play inside, right?
Yeah.
So he's kind of big for a defensive end.
No, I thought he was a defensive tackle by trade, not an edge.
Defensive end. So Houston.
So they gave Siobhan Ravel A+ because getting some first round buzz. Yep. Mullen first round upon a time, so I like it. And now Arizona he could have been a second round prospect.
This is a very deep draft in terms of defense.
Mm-hmm.
And like both our teams have gone defensive heavy. Because A lot of people said the Ravens were only going to like this. This could be like the 2022, where they somehow lucked into Linderbaum and Hamilton. And it sucks that David Ajabo has been injured because
Texans pick is in. Yep, Jalen Noel.
Receiver.
It's about time Jalen Noel came off the board. And
I know, but
hey, they got both the Iowa State wide receivers.
I know, but like they must think Tank Dell and Nico Collins are going to be out for a while.
I'm Christian Kirk's just a stopgap option.
True.
Because I think she has what, 1 year on that contract.
Yeah, I find it hilarious that Jacksonville signed him to that big contract as well in the first place. Because remember that off season was like Trent Baalke throwing so much money. Because remember Owen when Baalke threw all that money at all those like average like free agents in 2022.
What, Roy Robertson Harris, for example?
It was Foye Oluokun, Foley Futakasi, Darius Williams, and Cam Robinson on the franchise tag. And
what wasn't Robertson?
Evan Ingram plus Christian Kirk.
Yeah. Some of them worked out well for them, others not so much.
But massively overpaid.
Indianapolis Colts pick is already in.
Jonathan Taylor.
Justin Wally. Cornerback Minnesota. Border second, third, I think.
Let's see. Who's the best player on the board?
Best player. I think it's Shador. I genuinely think it's Shador.
Bungles. What do they got?
Yeah, it is Shador Sanders. Still, Jared Wilson could have gone second round. Kevin Winston still falling. We are. And Caleb Johnson's falling too. And Xavier Watts.
Ravens, I think they might end up with either probably Joshua Farmer, the defensive tackle out of Florida State. That's a guy who I think they might be high on. I definitely think it's for them. It's going to be defensive. It's going to be defensive tackle, or as I said, it's probably going to be defensive tackle. Pick is in for the Bungles. Let's see what they're going to do. It's got to be O-line here. Got to be O-line right here. There's Tim Crumry, who he was a good player for them in the 80s. Just unfortunately.
Seattle. No, Seattle. Cincinnati's pick is in.
All right.
Wisconsin. Wait, who's that?
Tim Crumry.
I've not heard of him before.
He was the anchor on their defense in the late 80s.
Darian Fairchild.
Told you they were going O-line with this pick.
Got to find some depth with, and maybe he can start with Alex Kappa gone.
You have to protect Joe Burrow. You know, someone that I thought because the Ravens need a left. Like he would have been a good fit with us because we need a left guard. But you know, it's probably going to be defensive tackle at this point. Because you only have three. They only have three on the roster. Yeah, I'd say like the only three that are on their roster are Travis Jones, Nnamdi Madubuike, and Broderick Washington. Now the Titans are up, and we are one pick away from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Steelers.
You bum man, a bunch of Jaguars. I was busy yelling at Mom to turn on Jeopardy by the locker in the bedroom.
Hey, speaking of Jeopardy, I'm doing a game of Jeopardy for one of my Spanish classes as a final project.
But you know what I was about to say? My favorite part of the game was a big through the football. When the Stars won the game and went out my 87 command blast to red again. You know what that's
from what video is this again?
What?
From what video is this again?
This was from Urinating Tree in 2020.
Oh, trying to think what week.
Week 1, and he says after that he comes up with the
that was against the Giants, yeah.
And then he comes up with the and then after that he comes up with a term that he's quoted ever since. You know what that is? Great win, Stars got a Super Bowl. And he said that ever since. So everyone forgets.
Oh, yeah, it's a great idea to get Jackson going back to land Jackson. Both Joey Bosa and AJ Epinesa are free agents after 2025.
Yeah, like look at your edge rusher room. You have Rousseau, Bosa,
Epinesa. We have Michael Hoyt once he ends his suspension. Javon Solomon too, and yeah.
Yeah, and Landon Jackson, you just drafted. Like our edge rusher.
Yeah,
room.
so after the season, it's like going to be Russo, Hoyt, Jackson, and Solomon.
Yeah, like our edge rusher room is similar. We have Dafe Owe, Kyle Van Noy, Mike Green, Tavius Robinson, David Ajabo, and Adisa Isaac. And Ajabo, Owe, and Van Noy are all free agents after this year. And Tavius Robinson would have 1 year left on his contract. But as I said, like, I was in shock when they took Mike Green. I was in shock. I was like, wow. Because I'm like, I didn't think they'd go for the guy with character concerns. But normally, normally I would have been super mad about that pick, but I'm like, well, this is a boomer bust pick, so I don't have and a lot of people have bashed Eric DeCosta over the years. I have. Some have, for not getting like guys who are physical freaks up front. And they knew it.
So best available players, yep, still Shedeur Sanders, but Jared Wilson, Kevin Winston, Caleb Johnson, and Jalen Rose are the top
Where do you think
five.
Winston goes?
Winston, I have to look at the draft order. I think he's going to go end of the third round to team, let's say, I think the Vikings.
Minnesota, yes.
Yeah, if he at least if he falls to 97, we're
If he falls
currently
to
at pick
97, I'd see
82.
him going to the Vikings.
The picks are
Raiders have
both B+ for Justin Wally and Dylan Fairchild.
Wow, the Raiders have back-to-back picks at 99 and 100 at 98 99.
Yeah, the two trades.
Yeah, the two trades. Let's see what the Titans do here.
Yep. Oh my goodness, he's going right
AJ
away.
Winston.
Kevin
Going to
Winston, Penn
Penn State.
Stater. Going to Tennessee.
The only concern on him is that he partially tore his ACL in the Bowling Green game, but
Yeah, it was. I don't think it was a 20. Was it a torn ACL? I thought it was just
partially
a
torn
lingering injury.
ACL.
A partially torn ACL.
Yeah, he was. The fact that Penn State's defense was that good without him last year.
And it also makes sense because Amani Hooker's in the last year of his contract.
That is true. And if they aren't able to bring back Hooker, this would be plan B. Now, oh boy. Is this the pick that Shedeur Sanders gets drafted?
Well, we'll see what the tree thinks.
Oh God. Do you
Well, the laughter that will be had.
Who's gonna
Well, the pick's already in. Oh, we're getting straight to. Are we getting straight to it?
There's already the second with Mike Tomlin right there.
It doesn't appear there's a lot
Lynn
of
Swan.
shaking hands and stuff like that. So I don't think this is Shedeur Sanders.
Lynn Swan, Hall
Hall of Fame class of 2001.
One of the most gifted receivers of the 1970s. I wonder who they're going to take right here.
Caleb Johnson, a running back. That'd be that Najee replacement
for Najee Harris. That is a good pick because you lost Najee Harris, and who knows? And is Jalen Warren a free agent? He might be.
After the season, I think.
That's exactly why they're making this pick. That is exactly why the Steelers are making that pick. And everyone's like, why aren't you taking a quarterback? Well, it's because they know if they do take a quarterback, you know who's going to be so mad.
Yep. Got the tree. You're going to face his wrath.
You know what's even the funniest moment he's ever had was the Najee Harris pick, right?
Yeah, don't get me started on that rant. Just not.
You wonder why you had no running game because you had no bleeping run blocking. That wasn't even the funniest moment of the whole night.
Was it the Kadarius Toney?
Oh my God. I was laughing so hard when that happened. I wasn't even watching the stream.
I may need to get a camera.
Simeon Rice.
Jacob Parrish, corner, K-State. I feel like that's a bit of a reach.
Corner. I think they doubled up on corner because you have to remember I think they took a corner in the second round. They did. They took Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, secondary needs help. A lot of help. Giving that an A+ for Caleb Johnson.
Davis in free agency.
But it's still Aaron Rodgers.
It's the Steelers are going to get Aaron Rodgers. They just are.
Just what the heck is he doing just waiting so long?
Although what's funny is that, trade alert. The Chiefs have traded up.
Chiefs trade up to. Yes, the Chiefs to trade up to the Patriots spot. Which could they be eyeing another receiver?
True.
Or could they be eyeing Jared Wilson?
I don't think that was a big loss because he did not fit their scheme, and I feel like the Chiefs are.
I think this is Jared Wilson, the Georgia offensive lineman.
Yep, they have to protect Mahomes. Whoa! Whoa!
Real head scratcher right here, Michael.
They must have been really
real head scratcher.
They must have been really high on this guy. When a team like the Chiefs trades up for someone, you know they think he's a good player. And like the last time they traded up for a corner in the draft was Trent McDuffie, and look what happened. I'm not going to bash them because they usually know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I cannot bash the Chiefs for this selection because usually when they've made any kind of trade on draft night, it's worked out in their favor. So the Chargers, they took Omari and Hampton in the first round. And then in the second round, they need weapons for Herbert. They took Trey Harris in the second. Although we were saying last night that they might bring back Keenan Allen. Pick is in for the Chargers. All right, let's see. Who's on baseball right now? The Cardinals lead the Brewers 3-2. Rockies and Reds are still tied, and the Blue Jays beat the damn Yankees. Yay!
Yeah. And Orioles didn't play due to rain today.
Yeah. Canadiens roughed up on the Capitals 6-3 in the hockey playoffs. The Devils and Oilers are fighting for their lives.
We'll see what else did I miss.
Bardick launches to right field and deep back it goes towards the seats and goes. Trevor Wardick with a home run to right. And that's a 3-run laser. It is 9-1 here at Target Field.
Wow.
And he lifts one down the right field line. Long run for Cruz right near the stripe. He dives and can't get it. It's a fair ball.
The voice of Gary Cohen. He's been there at least since the 80s.
I was watching Mark Viento's 3-run triple. What a lucky spot.
If only they didn't get walked off in the ninth. Because who was on the mound? Was that Diaz?
No, it was Ryan Stanek allowed the base runners, and he took the loss, and then AJ Minter left the game winner.
Luckily, it wasn't Diaz because that which shall not be mentioned.
Oh, he scored all the way from first base on a ground ball that hit off the glove of Jeff McNeil.
Incredible.
Yeah, just died in the outfield. And that allowed C.J. Abrams to score from first.
Woof. So
I mean, it was headed toward the middle. McNeil tried to pick it up to his right, but had it go off his glove.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. So the Chargers, this is probably defensive tackle.
Chargers, yep. After they wait, what did I? Why can I not think of their first round pick?
Omarion Hampton.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they need that help on the defensive interior.
And they drafted a receiver in the second round.
Really? And Mel Kiper still going on and on about Shedeur Sanders.
Enough! No wonder why Bill Tobin said what he said.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper? Interesting that it's emptied out a little bit, considering that the Packers are about to be on the clock. Oh, who's this? This is
Melvin Gordon.
Yeah.
A former Baltimore Raven, Melvin Gordon.
Well, didn't he score a touchdown at the end of the Miami game in 2023 where he pushed guys into the end zone?
Jamari Caldwell, there's the defensive tackle.
Yep. Great pick. The thing about the current regime that they have with Jim Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz, they want to be a physical football team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
what Williams got B+ grade. He's got a lot of interest late in the pre-draft, so it's not surprised. They need a corner with wait, isn't Shamari Connors in the last year of his contract?
A defensive tackle?
No. I'm talking about the Chiefs when their selection of Noel Williams.
Yeah, I think so.
No. He's got one more year left.
1 year then the last year of his contract, right? So look who's up next.
Yeah. Nosey Johnson's going to be gone after the season.
Yep.
Yeah. They're, as you say, What about Jalen Watson? That's probably where they were going. Yep, that's Jalen Watson. That's whom we're trying to account for.
And the pick is in for the Green
For the
Bay
Green Bay Mother Loving Packers.
Yeah. Grossi's announcing the pick tomorrow, right?
I think so.
Grossi Pussy Packer Nation. Get it?
Mm-hmm. Gotta have a good in. Yeah, I need to think of a good intro, but I know my outro. Be good, do good, God bless, and go Bills.
Yeah.
I mean, it's why? How can you not go with that one? What after Josh Allen just did?
Yeah, I already had my intro dialed in, haven't I? Right, because you heard it last night. I wonder who's gonna announce this pick. They've got a bunch of Hall of Famers. Oh,
Jerry Kramer.
Jerry Kramer, yes.
Big old stalwart on that offensive line during the early days.
Yeah, and Dave Robinson. And Jerry, I saw, and the night that Ray Lewis was inducted in the Hall of Fame, I actually went to that. Kramer was inducted that night as well. And the last thing he said was, "You can and you will."
Let's hear it. Savion Williams, receiver at TCU, another wide receiver. He could have gone second round. That's a really great pick by Green Bay.
Packers are making generations of NFC North fans eat salt.
Mm-hmm.
Especially,
I mean, maybe it's the salt that comes to make the cheese.
I agree, and you know which team they're especially making eat salt? The Lions.
Yeah.
I'd say them are the purple incarnation of Satan. And speaking of, wait a second, Jacksonville traded up? They're going to have back-to-back picks. Are you kidding me?
No, 89's with Houston.
They traded up. They traded up to 89.
I don't see it.
They're going to any minute. And we're almost to the Ravens. I'm interested to see what
they traded with the Texans for they moved down a spot. They just moved down a spot with the Texans for number 89 and number 236.
Interesting. So let's see. Shedur's still on the board. He'd probably go. If he doesn't make it past night 2.
Yeah.
Although the Browns probably will take him. So let's see. Best available round. Best available overall. Probably. What was that? I forget who that is. Caleb Ransaw. Another corner.
Caleb Ransaw, another corner. Mike Trout, his 9th homer of the season today. God, already 9 homers.
Do you think he gets traded at the deadline?
No.
He might, and if he's going anywhere, you know he's probably going.
Where? Philadelphia? No way. No, he's going to Philly.
You know who would be dumb enough to get him?
Who?
The Dodgers.
I'd say they're more of a Luis Robert.
Dodgers.
If he draws interest.
If Trout goes to the Dodgers, that means they would have taken the Angels' 2 best players. Wouldn't that be funny? And the Jags are on the clock again. They've made some aggressive moves in this draft, I tell you.
They have.
And it all started with the
Travis Hunter. I'm still not the biggest fan.
Duval. Get it? That's what the
Yeah, you messed it up. Try again.
There you go.
Duval.
So who do you think they get here? Because they just went corner at 88.
So let me pull up the Jags need corner, need defensive tackle, receiver, corner.
Oh God! Don't tell me they're gonna get. Don't tell me they're gonna get. You're not telling me like from Ravens' perspective.
Well, yeah. Why can I not see the best available?
Don't tell me they're getting Joshua Farmer.
Yeah, probably.
They probably traded to go up ahead of the Ravens because they know we have our eyes on Farmer. Oh, TJ Slaughter.
TJ Slaughter, huh?
That's a name from the past.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Wyatt Milam. He was a big time name during the season. He could have gone in the early second round.
Yeah, I mean, you need protection for, as we said earlier, gotta protect Trevor Lawrence.
Maybe he could be this Walker Little type who's drafted a bit late but comes on and becomes a key starter down the stretch.
I agree, and the thing about Jacksonville is they're as we said earlier, they're trying to establish a new identity. That is why they traded for Travis Hunter. That's why they just moved up and got Milam. Now we have the Rams.
I'm just watching this. Watching the bottom of the ninth inning for Washington. Apparently, Juan Soto dropped a first down.
Dropped the fly ball, you mean?
Yeah. On the fly ball and back up the middle. Yeah.
Even that never takes a day off. Which lineup intros? My favorite one is Yoenis Cespedes.
I mean, that's all.
Carlos Correa. Remember that where he's like, yep. Carlos Correa. And the pick is in for the Rams. They've got to be so lucky. You know why? They're lucky because they fleeced the Atlanta Falcons to the bone. I know trading away like I know trading up is one thing, but giving away your first in next year's draft. I was like, what are they doing? Like, seriously, why would Atlanta trade next year's first? Like, if they like a second or a third plus a sixth, that makes sense. You don't trade your first next year especially to a team like the Rams, who has excellent drafting and developing. Second. Steelers didn't drink the stupid juice. Thank goodness. Even as a fan, even though I'm saying this is a fan of a rival. All right, so my guess for the Rams is probably they need a tight end.
Rams, yes, they do need time. They were eyeing Colston Loveland in the first round, but that didn't happen. And I don't. none of the top 5 tight ends are on the board.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if this would have been a great time for them to get a tight end, but I wonder where they're going to go here. Philip Padano, one of my colleagues from Com 400, who's a Steelers fan, he's like, and they didn't take shit turnover Sanders. Well, I'd say I'm like that. Who's that? That's not like Green. Or that no, that was So let's see. Do the Rams take a quarterback just in case Stafford is near the end of his career? I don't think they will.
Yeah, the Rams got their tight end with Terrence Ferguson.
Oh,
so
right.
he probably could have been selected here.
Yeah, very true. Very true. So now, like, it'll be interesting to see where the Rams go here at number 90. And then we're next. And we got we got our eyes set. We got our eyes set on Joshua Farmer, from my perspective.
Here we go. Who's that? Who's that?
Michael Brockers. He was a guy that
Brocker, the defensive tackle.
He was a guy that the Ravens had appeared to have signed in 2020, but he failed his physical. Ah, dang it!
Josiah Stewart. You want another edge guy?
Oh, but he's an edge guy. I thought he was a defensive tackle.
Yeah. Gotta need a D tackle for Michael Pierce for time. Why?
Oh, no,
you gotta get another receiver too.
That was, Josh. Oh, my mistake. My mistake, because I thought that was Joshua Farmer. That's who I thought it was. Josiah Stewart. I'm glad. I thought that was a defensive tackle for a second. So that's my mistake. So, but now the Ravens are on the board again, and who do they go? It's probably going to be defensive tackle.
It's either Josh. It's either that or receiver.
Receiver, no. I wouldn't say they don't. They're not going to get one until later on because you already have Zay Flowers, Bateman, and DeAndre Hopkins.
Joshua Farmer is the most likely player you'd take out here, I'd say.
Most likely for me, it's Joshua Farmer because you only have 3 defensive tackles on the roster right now, and not to mention Travis Jones is a free agent at the end of the year. And here comes Jason Brown, one of the stalwarts on our offensive line. All right, I want to see what he has to say.
So, guys, with the 90.
Who's that?
A second.
The Baltimore Ravens select Emory Jones.
Emory Jones. He's got a lot of potential.
This is a. Let's see. Is he a versatile player? If this is a versatile. They might. It's interesting. Like, I know they already had Rosengarten and Stanley, but they kind of needed a swing tackle just in case one of them got hurt. But the question from my perspective is, even though the scouting report says his footwork and hand placement are where they need to be, so that means they're probably going to move him to guard. So, honestly, though, not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. So the Seahawks pick is in. I really like them taking Nick Emanwari at number 35. And they traded up to do so. Yeah, let me see how Ravens Twitter's reacting. I don't think they're pleased. Yeah, let's see.
Seattle Seahawks pick is in.
Yeah, their pick's in. I wonder where this is gonna go.
We got to get sleep tonight.
Absolutely.
With a blue-white game tomorrow, and a friend of mine's in town.
Yep.
I don't know if they'll even have that game on TV.
I don't think it's gonna be on TV either. There's Sean Alexander.
Sean Alexander, former MVP.
Probably one of the most forgotten about running backs of his
Yeah.
time because he was impressive during his playing career. My gosh.
Oh, Jalen Milroe.
What?
Insurance policy.
Yes, just in case Sam Darnold. And guess what?
And still everyone passing Shador Sanders.
Take that, Dion. Oh gosh. Although if there's anyone that's pleased about this, it's the Steelers because they're like,
the Steelers. They could have gotten Jalen Milroe. And again, Shador Sanders. Do you take him in 2 picks, Cleveland?
Oh god. Wow. I don't understand why Kuiper rated him as the second best player in the draft.
Bro, I think he's closer to number 20 instead. I mean, even Ward shouldn't have been a top. Should be just barely top 10.
Exactly.
I mean, it just show how teams value quarterbacks, but the scouting department knows how to separate an overhyped prospect from one who's just right.
Look at Malik Willis for a second.
Yeah,
I
literally connected the two together.
Yeah, some had Willis as a top 5 pick.
Yep. Walt gave you an A+ for the Emory Jones. Yeah, he had him going in the first round once upon a time.
That's a steal. That is a steal. And the only reason he dropped us was because of bad footwork. But as I said, they're probably going to move him. They might move him to left guard. Who knows? Although, as I said, the thing is, the Ravens do, they could run that extra offensive lineman with King Henry on the field. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're probably, they needed, I will never complain about an offensive line pick.
Mm-hmm.
I will never complain about an offensive line pick because you're trying to protect Lamar Jackson. Who do the Browns?
Oh, that's better.
McCord, Will Howard. Yep. So it appears that I thought. Well, there's another Penn State safety, Jalen Reed. I could see him.
Yeah, Jalen. Yeah, I'd say at start of day 3.
What is Mel Kiper talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny that he's been doing this for over 40 years.
Yeah.
And it's funny that he didn't get notoriety until 94.
Just want to say, I think your camera's like going what 15 FPS?
Let's see. Why is that?
I feel like mine's going like a solid 30.
Who did the Saints?
Saints pick is in.
Wow.
Sanker.
Let me ask you this question. How in the world is Xavier Watts still on the darn board?
Yeah.
The Vikings are totally going to get him now. I would not be surprised if Watts goes to the Vikings.
I can't believe he's fallen this far.
I can't either, because some had him as an early second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's the Cleveland Browns. What do they do?
Well, apparently this is the right range for him.
Oh God.
For Jonas Sanker.
I mean, not Sanker. What do the Browns do? Who do they take? Shedeur, Will Howard, or
do they even draft a quarterback?
They probably don't, because they're probably thinking long range game.
Mm-hmm. We gotta check the best available. And I want to see him take a receiver here.
Yeah, because they need receiver as well.
Yep, you can't go wrong with. If you can develop Jalen Royals, who hasn't had a good competition level because he went to Utah State, you can find yourself something.
Let's see. I wonder what who has been saying on Twitter. I haven't checked the tree on Twitter yet. I'm gonna check him right now and see what he has to say. He says, Shedeur Sanders were not drafted in second round. I was like, who the hell want me? As Markieff Morris said about finding out he was traded.
And even President Trump posted something about teams passing on Shedeur Sanders in round 1.
What did he say?
He said, "What is with NFL owners? They are stupid. Deion Sanders was a great college football player, and he was even greater in the NFL. He's also a very good coach, streetwise and smart. Therefore, Shedeur, his quarterback son, has phenomenal genes and is all set for greatness. He should be picked immediately by a team that wants to win. Good luck, Shedeur, and say hello to your wonderful father." I put that in quotes. Wow.
The president throwing the
Oh my goodness. I don't want to get political here, but
I know, but
just focus on your own business, man.
Yes. And I'm like, yeah, look, I mean, regardless of what position, regardless of where you are in the world, if you're gonna make a take like that, GMs are gonna be like laughing in your face. And they would be laughing at if even if this wasn't President Trump, they'd still be laughing. Like, even if it wasn't the president saying that, if it was just some ordinary football fan, they'd still laugh at him. It's either, as I said, this is either going to be quarterback or receiver for the Cleveland Browns. But Seattle taking Milroe. Well, Mike McDonald kind of wants his own Lamar. And it's funny that Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, compared Milroe to Lamar. How blasphemous is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jalen Royal should be the pick for the Browns. He should be the pick. But if he isn't, we all laugh at Cleveland yet again. Do it, Brownies. Do it.
Now, Dylan Gabriel? Really? They're now turning attention to Dylan Gabriel? Man, he's old.
There's Quinn Ewers.
No, they're not drafting a quarterback. No way they're drafting a quarterback.
Especially when they're probably thinking long range game and they're gonna have 2 top picks next year if Jacksonville messes up.
Here we go. Dylan Gabriel. Oh my goodness! Wow.
He wasn't even ranked in the top 5 on Kuiper's board.
That's got to be like a D grade.
Unbelievable.
I'm saying perhaps he can be a backup to, perhaps he can be a veteran this quote unquote veteran presence to whomever they draft in 2026.
Well,
it just feels like a real head scratcher.
What?
It's just a head scratcher. Yeah. They said, hey, Walter says this. Michael, pay attention. To the millionth power grade. Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders. Oh, man. Wow. Dylan Gabriel is a small quarterback with no NFL skill set. Holy crap, the Browns are morons. Wow. Going that hard on them.
Who in the world would have had this guy taking over Shedeur Sanders? This is the football gods throwing absolute shade at President Trump. He messed with the football gods, and this is their response. Oh my God. This is ridiculous. And even funnier, it's the Cleveland Brownies making this pick.
Maybe Tree will have something to say about that. Maybe KTO.
Yeah, KTO's got to be mad. Wait. This isn't just stupid juice. This is extreme stupid juice. And as I say that, Jared Wilson's going to the Patriots.
Jared Wilson, that's a big time steal for New England. He could have gone as early middle second round.
Well, Garrett Bradbury's their starting center, but this is probably going to be for the future. This is probably their starting center for the future.
Yeah.
But I cannot comprehend what I have just saw. I cannot believe I cannot believe that.
Wow, and even Ben posted, he posted on X saying, can we get a Shedeur cam at this point? Hashtag NFL draft.
Yes. Do it. Do it, ESPN. Do it, NFL Network. Give us a camera of Shedeur Sanders. Oh my God. I haven't. Who in. Oh my gosh. Just imagine the Raiders get Shedeur Sanders. That would be such a Raiders move. Ooh. Wait a second. Wait a minute. The Eagles, wait a second. Did the
Falcons.
What?
Falcons pick is in. Here we are.
Wait,
Make Wish Kid, I suppose. With whom? Oh, the Eagles traded to the Falcons.
Oh, Keith Brooking.
The linebacker?
Yeah, he was good for the.
The Georgia Tech linebacker. There's Xavier Watts. There is Xavier Watts.
Finally, he's off the board. He was graded, as we said, as a late first, early second round talent.
There we go. Let's go.
So far, who do you think's winning this draft?
Well, the Bills have to be winners of this draft.
They're up. They're certainly up there.
Yeah, because they got probably their biggest need at corner, and they doubled down on the defensive line to pressure Patrick Mahomes, to pressure Lamar Jackson, to pressure any other excellent quarterback they may face as they try and reach the top. Ravens are big time winners too, with them getting
Starks,
steals.
Mike Green, and not to mention like the third pick they had was that was kind of like out of left field just a bit, but the Emory Jones pick is very good because they needed a swing tackle.
Yes.
Wait a second. The Vikings traded the pick to the Texans.
Yeah. There's this say no. With Watts gone, we have no business being here. Get us out of this mess.
Yes. Oh, there's Owen Daniels, former Raven.
Owen Daniels.
He only played 1 year with the Ravens, and he was very productive.
But won a Super Bowl with the Broncos.
Yeah. He was probably one of the guys I was bummed we didn't bring back after 2014.
Jalen Smith. That's an unknown.
Well, the thing is, this might be a pick for special team purposes. Now we get to the Raiders.
Do they go Shedeur Sanders?
Oh God.
Do they?
If they do go with Shedeur Sanders, it's one of the most Raider picks of all time. Because they've been known to do nonsense like this over the years. This is a team that drafted a kicker and a punter in the first round. Yeah, I mean, isn't that funny? They drafted the Raiders drafted Janikowski in 2000. Sebastian Janikowski kick. Everyone's like, a kicker in the first round? That's unheard of. So the Texans have Jaden Higgins, Jalen.
Yeah, they're actually winding down. They actually have 2 picks.
Yes.
They're probably deciding what they're going to do right away.
There's also consideration that they may trade it.
Yeah, final 5 picks of day 2.
Wow.
And
I don't think we're gonna have time to recap the whole 2 rounds because, like, if we do,
no, it's just been going so much. We're just gonna go over what the biggest values are, what the most questionable picks are, and maybe the enigma that is Shedeur Sanders falling to day 3.
Yes. I already know what my answer to the most questionable pick is. I'm not going to say it, though. But we just had an all-time draft moment. I'm so glad you and I were both on the air for the Dylan Gabriel pick.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot believe that. Like, I knew, if anyone was gonna do that, it's the Cleveland Browns. And I want to see what's on Twitter. I'm like, let's see. Let's see. Is Dylan Gabriel trending on Twitter? He probably is. Yes.
Yes, he is. Shador,
Yes,
Dylan Gabriel,
please.
Virginia Jeffrey, and Mr. Irrelevant. No way Shador becomes Mr. Irrelevant.
If he becomes Mr. Irrelevant. Wait.
It says, I'm wearing. If Shador's falling this far without even a Smith of being picked, there's got to be some serious smoke about those interview allegations. That Andy didn't throw at the combine or pro day. That Andy was overrated to begin with. But Milrow over him?
And Milrow's one thing, but Gabriel.
Yeah.
I cannot stop laughing. This is why the NFL draft is such a spectacle every year. Because you never know what you're going to get. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. So the Raiders pick is in. They're
Shador, Kyle McCord, Will Howard, and Quinn Ewers are all still on the board.
Wow. That comes to show you how thin this quarterback class is this year.
Yeah. And it feels like they're going to be like at least seven quarterbacks who have potential to go first round. I know maybe Nico Yamaleva, but we know Arch Manning, Lenore Sellers, Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier are obviously first round potential next year.
All right. So the Raiders, let's see what they've got right here.
Yep. We'll see.
I'm interested to see what they do right here. Who is this going to be?
Caleb Rogers. It's the tackle at Texas Tech. And it feels like this is a good spot for him.
Need to protect Geno Smith. And they're picking again. So who's this gonna be? It's
not going to be Shador, that's for sure.
I mean, could this be another Michael Sam situation?
Context about Michael Sam, because I've been struggling to follow you ever since you said that yesterday.
Michael Sam had character concerns coming out of Missouri.
Wait, what was he supposed to be? Mid first round pick?
Top 10 pick.
Huh. How? And he fell to what?
Third pick of the 7th round.
That doesn't sound like the craziest story I've heard in my life.
But Raven fans were mad that they didn't take him in the first round. I'm like, with that many concerns, I'm like, wow.
Next pick in for the Raiders, 4 more to go. I feel like we can end at 11:30.
Was that? Yeah, exactly. I think we ended at 11:30. That is a good way to put it. And he's back again.
Who the heck is this man?
He was one of their offensive linemen in the early 2000s.
Charles Grant out of William and Mary.
Ooh.
Mike Tomlin and Sean McDermott's alma mater.
I kind of like this because Pete Carroll's wanting to go back to old school Raider football, which is build your offensive line with the deep vertical pass.
And I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think of a small school tackle prospect who. I feel like there's someone who's doing really well in the NFL. I just can't seem to think of it right now.
That's true. If Vikings probably get Jalen Reed in the third round.
Yeah. What do you think? A+ for Caleb Rogers.
Joshua Farmer's still on the board.
And yeah, Charles Grant B+.
Joshua Farmer's still on the board. I'm like, maybe the Ravens trade back into the last pick of the third round. I'm not sure what they're gonna do. The 49ers on the board right here with their second third round pick. The first one was a reach. Don't you agree with that? That their first third round pick was Nick Martin. That was a reach.
Honestly, yes. It was a reach.
You said he was projected to be an early 6th round pick at best. I mean, that's a crazy thing. Like you were saying, he was going to be an early 6th round pick at best, and then boom, they take him in the third round. Oh boy, man, this is an endurance test. It's like doing 2 whole rounds. Like the first round's interesting, but the rounds 2 and 3, like this has been quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since this part of the draft was very deep.
Yeah.
Because in most years, I don't think I would have done a live stream on rounds 2 and 3, but after considering that we had a lot of talent left in the first round, I'm like, why not?
And we had so much craziness going on in the first round, and it was so hard. It's hard not to have the urge to do that.
Yeah, because like in the first round, it was Chaos City.
Yeah.
Which, like, out of all the first round picks, which one do you think was the craziest? Lions.
No, I'd say Colston Loveland because Tyler Warren was right there.
Yeah, the Lions pick, we were laughing so hard.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, I don't feel like I've ever been angry at the Bills during the Brandon Beane era in the draft.
Same with me with Eric DeCosta. Like I haven't been angry at all. I've just either been really excited or just like.
Yeah. I get why you did that. Not the biggest fan, but I'll work with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I'll work with it because I'm like I have faith in them because for the most part they know what they're doing. Bucks will not get swept. They beat the Pacers 117-101. Magic will not get swept as they beat the Celtics 95-93. And Lakers lead the Timberwolves 58-54 at halftime in Game 3 in Minnesota.
Yep, and in the NHL, Canadiens getting on the board in their series against the Capitals, 6-3 the final, and 2 games going on right now. Hurricanes and Devils in overtime. Maybe got to turn on that once we're done here.
I'm thinking of doing that. I'm thinking like after 38, depending on what happens, I think we turn that game on. But
I got both. I gotta get sleep. I went to bed past 2:30 last night.
1:30 for me. Trying to be back.
And Kings Oilers, Edmonton up 2-1 in the second.
And I went back, and I had to go back to I had to edit in the Bell Stereo building this morning, so I had to get
for what?
10:00.
For what?
Com 400. This was the recap of Penn State athletics that they had this year. It's incredible. That's a
name.
That is a name.
That's a name and a half. I'm not a big fan of this pick.
How so?
It's just a bad feeling. We'll see what Walt thinks of it. It's just an unknown player.
And Owen Dashko.
Dashko. I'll text him.
The Broncos traded up. Philly just traded the pick to Denver.
And he's very old too, having played in 6 seasons.
Yep, seasoned player I see. So it looks like Howie Roseman saw that there weren't necessarily as many needs on the roster this year, so he's decided to trade back and back.
And maybe this is where they go grab that receiver.
For the Eagles?
No. I thought you said the Broncos trade up.
Yeah, Broncos traded up.
Yeah. This is where they're going to try and go get that receiver.
Yup.
Of course, you have Jalen Royals available. You have Jalen Lane, Ty Felton, and also Torrey Holton and Elick A.L. Manor, who's I'm surprised A.L. Manor slipped.
Pick's got to be receiver.
He could have gone middle second round.
Oh, they've already taken. Although they just took one.
Oh yeah, Pat Bryant, but that's such a reach.
It is a reach.
Denver, they need a defensive tackle, center, and tight end, but Joshua Farmer is available.
This is probably Joshua Farmer.
No, I got an opinion from Dashco, but we'll go back to it after. Well, yep, Savion Jones, the edge man at LSU. Okay. Yep, Dashco says he doesn't mind him, but he just wonders if it means putting Dale Lenore on the outside.
True.
And Walter Trippinsky says he had him going in the 6th, 7th round, but he didn't hear of anyone sliding him in the 3rd round. It's a need, but it's a reach.
All right, last pick of the 3rd round
belongs to the Minnesota Vikings. Let's end it with a Penn Stater, why don't we?
Why not? It's got to be Jalen Reed. They need safety help.
Got to find that successor for Harrison Smith.
Exactly. Man. Woo. Your thoughts on the blue and white game tomorrow? What do you expect to see?
I just wanted to see people having fun. I didn't get a ticket to go to the game. I don't know what my friends are going to be doing. I bet they're probably going to be tailgating, but
I'm interested to see what Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator,
exactly.
I'm interested to see what he's got planned.
And by the way, playoff beard going strong.
Yeah, I feel like now, the expectations for the Nittany Lions in 2025.
Yeah, they're going to be higher than ever, especially since we got to the semifinal, albeit against a pair of somewhat easy opponents.
But I think even if they play like Alabama I feel like the only teams that could have beaten them were like Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Oregon. Stu Voigt, one of Fran Tarkenton's favorite targets during the 70s.
Looks like an offensive lineman than anything else.
Tight end.
Ah.
And the skull chant.
Ty Felton.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, they get more receiving help. And that concludes night 2 of the NFL draft.
But hey, we're not done yet. We gotta stay on for another 10 minutes and go
That's exactly
over
my point. That concludes
what happened.
The selection. Now we will get into the recap of night number 2. First of all, who do you think was the biggest winner of rounds 2 and 3?
The biggest winner of rounds 2 and 3. It's a toss up between the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens. I don't want to be biased here, but just bolstering the defensive lines and just up front in general with the Ravens getting Emory Jones, but these players like TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, and also Mike Green, it's going to help both those two teams substantially in their chase against Patrick Mahomes.
I'd say on night number 2, a big winner was I would say the Los Angeles Rams when you think about
Terrence Ferguson, nah, he should have gone around lower. Meanwhile, yeah, Josiah Stewart.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Yeah, that's a good depth pick.
Dallas, they get two first round talents.
I mean, a team that I feel like that let themselves down a bit, the Denver Broncos. Caleb Johnson was sitting right there in their laps.
And they passed.
And yep, and they passed him up for RJ Harvey, who I feel like had more headlines coming into the season, but those were quickly usurped by the Big Ten's best rusher last season.
But Johnson went
Singular.
to Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, they did not draft a quarterback. There's still no confirmation on what Aaron Rodgers is doing.
I don't know what he's going to do. But I cannot bash the Steelers for not taking quarterback because they need to fill other holes on the roster.
Mm-hmm. They did what they did with defensive tackle in the last round, and now in the last day, and they found a way to bolster their running game and complement Jalen Warren with Caleb Johnson.
True. Who do you think was the biggest head scratcher the whole night?
We know the answer here. Come on. That would be quarterback Dylan Gabriel. Yep, the Cleveland Browns drafting the 6-year college player out of UCF, Oklahoma, and most recently Oregon. I guess he will provide experience. Just why? Why not Shador?
The reason it's a head scratcher is not because of Shador. It's the fact that he was picked ahead of Shador.
Exactly. And yeah, he turns 20. Dylan Gabriel turns 25 in December.
Incredible. They must be really high on one of the quarterbacks next year.
Yeah, just trying to think of possible connection. If it's Drew Aller, I'm just please be Drew Aller. Please be Drew Aller.
Why?
Just to give you lulls, Michael.
If they get him, it would be funny. It would be funny if they got Aller because like, although if the Seahawks didn't take Milrow, the Browns probably would have taken him as well. Wouldn't you think the Browns probably take Milrow?
No. I didn't think they'd take Milrow. Not after they pass up on quarterback in the first round. That told me they have their mindsets out on 2026.
Yeah, another team that I thought had a really good night number 2 was the Seattle Seahawks.
I definitely agree with that. Getting Nick Emenwari, who could have gone to their first pick at number 18, but instead falling to number 37, trading up with the Titans at number 35 and getting
a
key piece of the defense.
Seattle, because Mike McDonald coached Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore, and Emenwari has that same body makeup. Like it's like ESPN was saying that Matt Miller on ESPN was saying.
Yeah, and they also got a great weapon for Sam Darnold too, with Elijah Arroyo at tight end.
That was a good pick. Is like you have Noah Fant, but you need more weapons.
Mm-hmm. And Cooper Kupp's not really that option because he's on the downswing. True. Even though he got a $15 million per year contract.
Yes, that is true. But I feel like that now, like Seattle's in an interesting situation because I don't know. As I said, they're an up and coming team. Like I don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but they'll definitely come close. The only problem for them is that because of San Francisco's easy schedule, they're going to be a force.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they're I feel like they're going to get blown up by the Rams.
Yeah. Really though, if the Niners are healthy, They've owned the Rams the last few years, excluding last. My favorite moment of the night's the my favorite one of my
Dylan
favorite
Gabriel or the Seth Rollins thing. So Seth Green thing.
That is up there as one of the.
I mean that's going to be the ultimate karma piece. I mean every division rival is going to play that back time and time again if the Bears stink.
Not only him, but whoever was announcing the pick before that. They got very, very cocky, and the last time they got cocky was 2020 was what was it 20 was it in 2020 was on 2023, and Tom Grossi said what he's like all off season all you did was talk.
That's what they did last season when they got Caleb Williams, and you thought it was, but then terrible coaching happened.
When will the Bears ever learn? But the good news for them is that Virginia McCaskey is out of the window.
Unfortunate for her, but it's going to be good for Bears fans.
I don't think it's going to be good because here's the.
Sure, they're probably going to move away from Soldier Field because I bet the new regime doesn't want to be there.
Here's the thing. The person that's now in charge was the guy who ran them into the ground, George McCaskey. I think George McCaskey was more incompetent than Virginia. That's my concern.
We'll see.
We are going to find out. Oh boy! So, which team you think has really improved their roster? Like, basically, the first two nights, to the point where, like, I should say, which team has made the biggest jump?
The biggest jump. That's such. I'm actually. It's a tough to say, but I'm going to take the Atlanta Falcons. What they did in the day one, doubling down on edge rushers. That'll help them track down Bryce Young and Baker Mayfield in that weak NFC South. And depending on how well Baker Mayfield meshes with the new offensive coaching, Atlanta can win the NFC South.
To me, I hate to say this, it's Kansas City.
No, not at all.
The reason I'm saying that is because they lost a lot of talent in the offseason, and they're now starting to fill in the roles that got mauled. Like, they got destroyed in the trenches by the Eagles in the Super Bowl, and they had to fill those voids immediately.
Like with whom? Atlanta also got Xavier Watts.
Yeah, Josh Simmons is probably going to be their blindside blocker.
No, wait. Did you not listen to what we talked about last night?
Oh, right, he's versatile.
And Jalen Moore.
Jalen Moore's right. I forgot about him. Why am I always forgetting him?
Is it because he played behind Trent Williams?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
And he played very well when Williams was hurt.
Well, not in 2023, but last year. 2023, when Trent Williams went down, they were dead men walking.
Hey, it's been really nice doing this with you.
It really has been, Owen. I really appreciated having you not only last night but tonight as well. And thank you for coming in after the Com Radio show you did as well.
It's my pleasure.
So that's gonna do it for tonight. Thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate that. And for those who are subscribers, tune back in tomorrow night for Game 3 of Warriors versus Rockets. For Owen Klein, I'm Michael Hession. Thanks for tuning in. And as always, God bless all y'all.
And be good, do good, God bless, and go Bills.